close to business or close to leisure. Ideally, it's a place to get away from it all, yet still remain in close proximity to city. Here, everything's just across the road or right around the corner, and it abounds with convenience. Amidst the serenity of nature, with the up-and-coming redevelopment of Greater Southern Waterfront. This is Terra Hill. Across and above terrain, you will always see it all. The Greater Southern Waterfront, which extends from Marina East to Pasir Panjang, comprises over 2,000 hectares of prime waterfront land that's to be transformed into a new major center for urban living along Singapore's southern coast. Terra Hill overlooks it all, sown with opportunities. Directly across the road is a horizon of hyper-change, which includes Sentosa Brani Island, Keppel Club redevelopment, Pasir Panjang Power District, and Pasir Panjang Terminal, envisaged to be a gateway to a live, work and play lifestyle at 6 times the size of Marina Bay. An exciting waterfront park in Brani Island, adjoining Sentosa's rejuvenation, will be a welcome injection of excitement into the precinct. As one of the first redevelopments in the Greater Southern Waterfront, with over 9,000 residential units, the Keppel Club redevelopment is set to transform the southern coast. Pasir Panjang Power District, with the potential to be repurposed into a vibrant mixed-use development, is characterized by its unique industrial heritage and waterfront location. By 2027, PSA's city terminals at Tanjong Pagar, Keppel and Brani will move to Tuas, with Pasir Panjang Terminal set to join them by 2040, releasing a huge stretch of prime waterfront land for development. Surrounding Terra Hill are game-changing business districts with companies at the cutting edge of technology. Maple Tree Business City, One North, Gilman Barracks, Science Park and the CBD host some of the most prominent businesses and industries in the world, all of which are seamlessly within reach. Pasir Panjang MRT station, just 350 meters away from Terra Hill, makes traveling simple and fuss-free. 3 additional Circle Line MRT stations, Keppel, Cantonment and Prince Edward Road, will be coming up to close the loop between Harbourfront and Marina Bay. Don't take the MRT? Drive out of the neighbourhood, entering directly into either of 2 major expressways, the West Coast Highway or Ayer Rajah Expressway, taking you across the entire island. With a new road from South Buona Vista Road to Portsdown Avenue, both expressways connect to each other, contributing further to the ease of movement from the district. Amidst a natural landscape, Terra Hill enjoys a rare combination of both convenience and serenity. 4 new parks: Alexandra Nature Park, Balaya Creek Nature Park, Park at Keppel Club, and Park at King's Dock, have been announced to connect Pasir Panjang to West Coast parks, forming a continuous garden network to unwind in at the end of a busy day. This supplements what Terra Hill itself already offers, being embraced by the greenery of Kent Ridge Park, Labrador Nature Reserve, and the Southern Ridges. A freehold hillside home amidst great transformation and tranquility, next to the Greater Southern Waterfront. This is Terra Hill.
Do you know that there will be an upcoming iconic integrated development emerging in the once sleepy town of Beauty World? Let us take you through the wonders of the area.
The Reserve Residences is situated in the heart of Bukit Timah and just minutes away from various nature parks. You can enjoy the scenic views of nature right at your doorstep. You can refresh and rejuvenate yourself through hiking trails or explore routes at the Bukit Timah Reserve, Rifle Range Nature Park, or Bukit Batok Nature Park.
The convenience of an overhead link bridge over Bukit Timah Road and Dannon Road connects you to the new community hub.
Easy connectivity to major expressways like PIE, KJE, and BKE.
Explore this 24-kilometer rail corridor, which stretches from the north at Woodlands Checkpoint to the south at Tanjong Pagar Railway Station.
From walking, jogging to cycling, choose your preferred method to explore the area.
This brilliantly curated development is the new vibrancy of Beauty World.
At the heart of Bukit Timah, it will host the biggest shopping mall with about 20,000 square meters of retail and F&B outlets. This development will also offer 732 residential units, approximately 160 service residences, and about 2,000 square meters of community space.
The reserve residences is located within 1 kilometer of reputable schools such as Methodist Girls' School and Pei Hwa Presbyterian Primary School.
Bukit Timah Primary School and Ngee Polytechnic are also within 1.3 kilometer.
Existing precinct is surrounded by many retail shops, F&B outlets, and eateries.
Along Cheong Chinang Road, Bukit Timah Plaza, Beauty World Center, Bukit Timah Market and Food Center, and many more.
The reserve residences has direct access to the Beauty World MRT station via a connected pedestrian underpass and a fully air-conditioned integrated bus interchange located right at your doorstep.
不要担心啊。
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of ERA New Launch Showcase. I'm Elson, and we're continuing our sessions on real estate hot topics that you're talking about so that you can make informed decisions whether you're planning to buy your dream home or further diversify your investment portfolio. Helping us to answer your questions and more today, we have Advisory Group Division Director Daniel Poor and Senior Group Division Director Shen Jiaming and Joel Chu. In addition to sharing the exclusive insights, they also be sharing their latest updates regarding City Food Next and 3 new residential project launches, namely Newport Residences, the Reserve Residences, and Lentil Hills Residences. We're excited to also announce the lucky draw winner for yesterday's new launch showcase. Webinar is Andrew Chia. Congratulations, Andrew. You won $500 vacation voucher. Nonetheless, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who participated in day 1 new launch showcase and made it a success. For all winners, we'll be contacting you to redeem the prizes from Monday onwards. So please keep an eye on for our messages. And for day 2, do remember to look out for our new QR code. We will be flashing each of our 4 sessions. This afternoon, scan it to enter our lucky draw, and we'll select one lucky winner for the staycation voucher worth $500 at the end of today's session. But before we start for our first session for our new launch showcase this afternoon, please allow me to invite Ms. Doris Ong, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of APAC Realty and ERA Singapore, to say a few words. Doris, please.
Thank you, Elson. Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you are enjoying your weekend so far. Thank you for joining us on our day 2 of our new launch showcase, where we address your queries and concerns regarding new launches, property market trends, and share expert tips and insights. At ERA, we aim to be your trusted advisor and help you achieve your property dreams. This year alone, we will be seeing potentially up to 40 project launches. And today we have some interesting projects that we like to share with you. We have City Food Next, a food factory. We also have Newport Residences, a mixed-use development in the heart of CBD. We will also share with you the Reserve Residences, an integrated development, and also Lentor Hill Residences, an upcoming project very near to the Lentor MRT station. What are the latest trends in the industrial property investment? Where do high net worth individuals prefer to invest? Why do integrated development command a premium? And is this the best time to upgrade? So we'll have our speakers here today to answer your questions. And as you know, Singapore property market is dynamic. And at ERA, we want to connect with you and make your property journey more fulfilling and successful. I'm sure you'll benefit from the sessions we have for you this afternoon. We look forward to be with you in your property journey and help you find your dream home and grow your investment portfolio. I wish you an enjoyable and informative afternoon. Over to you, Elson.
Thank you, Doris. It's time to kickstart our new launch showcase with Advisory Group Division Director, Mr. Daniel Phua. Daniel's dream is to grow a team and to empower them with his life experiences and the knowledge that he gained over a long and illustrious career in real estate. So provide the best support to drive them towards great achievements and experience the success they desire. Reviewing the only commercial property in our showcase this weekend, Daniel will review City Food Next in detail, addressing the latest trends in commercial property investments. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Advisory Division Director, Mr. Daniel Phua.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Thank you, Elsa, for the introduction, and of course our Deputy CEO Doris on the insights on the today's new launch showcase itself. I'm very glad that I'm invited to actually share with the viewers here, to spend your weekends to understand more about the segment that has not really put into potential at the moment. I mean, most of the majority people will basically understand what is residential, but in terms of coming to the food factory industrial, I should say is something very niche, and of course it's something that is not in the market that you are able to purchase easily as well. So without further ado, I probably have to share my slides with you all. Now, these are the disclaimer. So whatever we share basically is on our own personal consumption itself, and of course is for your to share with you in terms of the perspective. So basically you still need to use your initiative to understand and know about the market itself. Okay, so just to have a check that everybody is hearing me loud and clear, and because it's a two-way interactive thing, so that I know that you are there as well. Is it possible I can check if you are listening this too clearly? Are you able to give me a 1 in the chat group so that I know that you are listening? All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, so as you can see, the reason first why I'm explaining why City Food Next among so many residential is, first thing is if you are a buyer that already exhausted your names, at this project, there is no need for you to pay the additional buyer stamp duty, because ABSD is not applicable to the industrial and commercial property itself. All right. Now, of course, if you are a foreigner looking over at our this showcase at the moment, there's a treat for you because there is no restriction to the foreign ownership. So you are able to purchase this food factory, yet you do not have to pay the additional buyer stamp duty, which is a hefty of 30%. Now, if you want to hold something, in Singapore itself. Now, GST, of course, this project is, as I mentioned, is different from Resi. So the purchase price, that is a GST component that is chargeable on top of the whatever that you're paying. But of course, if you have an entity that you already set up, is fully claimable for the GST portion. Now, but rest assured, for those that do not have any company or existing business at the moment, you are able to set up a company. And of course, our ERA advisor will be able to advise you how to go about it to set up an entity so that you are able to claim back whatever GST that you have paid as well. Now, as I mentioned also, this is a limited supply in the market, which is, I should say, is a collection that you can add into your portfolio. If you already have plenty of different commercial, residential, this industrial, you are able to add one of the this property into your portfolio so that you are able to give it to your children or the next generation, because it's a freehold property itself. All right. And there's a huge potential capital appreciation. In my slides later on, I'll share with you. Based on the previous food factory, how much are they able to gain and maximize out of the purchase price that they bought? All right. And because there's a tight budget in 2019, there's a tight foreign worker quota. So there's a manpower cut on the service sector. So if you do go to any restaurants at the moment, you will see that the waiter and waitresses is really shortage because of very difficult to get the employment of the foreign workers because of the quota. If you don't know what I'm talking about, layman term, very simple. If I were to employ a foreigner, a worker right now, for example, anywhere like China or whatsoever, other than Malaysia, I will need to hire 9 Singaporeans to employ that one foreign worker that is going to be my service staff itself. So that is where a lot of F&B owners have already started shifting and transforming their businesses to able to automate and systemize so that they don't have a huge big kitchen, even they want to own 2 or 3 restaurants in different areas itself. That's where they use food factory as a source to prepare all their foods so that they are able to deliver the same quality products to each on their franchise stores or even their stores out there. All right. And the most important thing, there is no cooling measure on the bank loan for industrial. So wherever the cooling measures or whatsoever does not apply onto the bank loan for industrial itself. Okay, so why do you need to own a food factory? Now, if you do understand that this is the white paper of Singapore, 2020 we have a minimum population that our government need to hit, which is they are targeting at 5.8 million. But unfortunately, with the COVID coming in, we are right now standing only at 5.6 million itself. All right, but that is our target for 2020. Now, 2030. Which is another 7 years down the road, our government has expected to hit a minimum of 6.5 million population. Now, why do I touch on population itself? Because if you do know, we don't shop, we can probably give up our massages or whatsoever, but the problem is we don't eat. So food is something that is essential and is part of our daily life that we need to eat minimum at least 2 to 3 meals a day. All right, that is at least. So that is where when more population are coming in, the F&B component, which is the food and beverages, will be a key factor that you should focus on because we cannot do without the food itself. So that is where I want to highlight to you all on terms of the population. And there's always a demand on food. Now, and you can see on the foreign quota, which I mentioned again, this is the budget in 2019 where they have already cut the foreign worker quota in service sector. And it's a really huge problem for the business owners out there. That's where a lot of people are starting to look into the food factory rather than the traditional of owning a restaurants in multiple places with huge kitchen, and you need to hire plenty of chefs, and probably the food will not be the same standards because different chefs will provide different taste itself in different restaurants. That's where the F&B businesses, they want to have a consistency in the quality products that they are giving to every of their franchise store, and they are all looking right now into the food factory. Now, whether is it true or not, food factory is something that you should be looking at. These are the news articles, you know, that we actually capture out for you to actually take a look. So this you can see since 2019. Of course, that will be the starting of our COVID itself. And of course, you can see that there's what it says is that food factories likely to see a robust growth. All right. And demand for food factory expected to stay healthy, because even in the licensed food factory by region, you can see on top on the north, west, east, central, or in the northeast, not all the food factory above you are able to purchase, because some of the JTC food as Sinoko and of course the Jurong Food Hub orders, this you can only lease. You are not able to basically purchase for your own use. Now, to tell you and to double confirm what I've just mentioned in terms of population, and you can see on this article, with the rising popularity of food delivery service due to COVID, and before COVID, I mean, everybody is going out to restaurants, all this to eat. But after COVID, the delivery of food basically has been increases. So you can see in every traffic lights that you see Food Panda, you see Grab. So our population in terms in Singapore has already transformed the way we consume food, because we are able to still get our delicacy. Even the restaurants in the town, we don't want to go out during the weekends with jams, car park issue. We can order the food into our home and share with our family members. All right, and you can see that Food Panda also has already opened its central food kitchen with a dining option as well in Woodland. So even all this delivery of the food, they have already transformed and being their own food factory as well. Okay, and of course the driving demand for food factory in terms of the operator looking to streamline their retail spaces, because rental is going up tremendously high. So this is another way to help those businesses that are doing F&B. They may not buy, but they were renting, to shrink down on their seating capacity in their restaurants. So this is where I'm telling you that food factory is something that you should be looking out, and it's something that is very, very niche for you to own. And you have the chance to own one. No, please do not give a miss on that. Now, because of the other thing is of the younger generations that was coming on board, be it Singapore or over the world, due to the COVID, as I mentioned, a lot of people are ordering online on food orders. That's where, and because of COVID, there's also a lot of people are going through retrenchment. That's where a lot of SME, F&B business owners starts to emerge. So if you do, if you do not understand what I'm saying, to give you a clear-cut saying is that there's a lot of people out there after being retrenched. I believe you will see some of them, maybe your friends as well, going into F&B, baking cakes, doing a lot of foods, doing a lot of exploration on the new foods itself. They are all doing in home base now, and their cost is super low, and that's the reason they are all using online as the platform to advertise their food. But eventually they need a central kitchen to prepare, because as their orders increases, the capacity to prepare will be more. And the capacity, if they are staying in a residential property, this commercial oven is not enough in terms of the electricity capacity as well. And of course, in terms of their be it they are doing cooking, the fire, the LPG gas, or whatever, this will not be enough in their home kitchen. That's where all these SME owners are F&B owners. They are going out into looking for a food factory. But of course, because being an SME, I do not have so much capital to start with. So what do they do is that they will be renting a small central kitchen, which I will of course later show you how it looked like. And that's where they are using this as a place for preparation. And when there's order online, that's where the Food Panda will go to this cloud kitchen, we call it, to collect the food and deliver to the consumer. Okay. And is it true that after COVID, the delivery sales has really increased? So this is a study and research actually done on the whole Singapore itself. And you can see that after the COVID, it has driven the changes in the way consumer behave and dine and shop. So a lot of the consumer are actually ordering food online. And of course, you can see that the delivery sales is an increase of 200%, and that's a huge jump. We're not talking about 100%, but it's a 200%. So that's where you can see the F&B has also thrived in terms of their business. They are all going online as well. Okay, and of course, this is the consumer preference, customer preference itself. In terms of the age that we want to talk about, Just give me a minute. And you can see that the age basically is at from 15 to 29. From year to year, if you were to see from 2019 onwards, there's a surge being on the 15 to 29 age group itself. And of course, if you look at the 30 years old and to 44, since 2015 to 2019, there's also an increase. The purple one is the latest. And of course, at 45 to 59, we call the more than middle age income group, the age group, you can see also there's an increase in terms of the population that are using. Now, even to our grandparents, to 60 plus and above, they are also right now using the online ordering of food. So you can see across the age group of trend, people are right now very used to actually doing online ordering of food. Okay. Now, to show you very simply clear cut, if I right now want to do a F&B, I want to open a restaurant, the traditional way is to open a brick and mortar restaurant, which I will do a comparison. The minimum, I have a startup, I need a 1,000 square feet because I need to cater to the kitchen, the sitting space, all this and that. Now, because of this 1,000 square feet, I need to put in renovation plus, the security deposit and of course the advance payment. So upfront payment to start at 1,000 square feet. F&B owner, F&B operator, they need to fork out approximately about 300,000. All right. And the leasing period, usually if you lease all these retail shops, you will be with the malls and of course the retail shops. Usually they will be looking at about 2 to 6 years in terms of lease itself. All right. And the time open also, there's a time taken to open because you need to renovation all this and all the kitchen appliances. You need a minimum of 2 months. All right, before you're able to start operating a business. Now, because of this 1,000 square feet, you need to hire a waiter, waitresses, your chef, your assistant cook. You will need at least 6 to 8 employees to start this business. So this business model has already changed, and because it's very risky and it's costly, and if you were to release multiple brands, as I mentioned earlier on, if the first restaurant is doing well and you want to open the second restaurant, the quality may not be the same because you cannot have 2 chefs running around the restaurants itself. All right. But if you were to do, all right, the food factory style, which is a 116 square feet, you are able to produce your food. Your advertisement orders are doing online. And our upfront payment probably is only about 10,000 because the food factory space you are paying is only about 116 square feet to about 200 square feet. All right. And the leasing period will be shorter. It will be about 1 to 2 years. All these operators, they understand you are SME, you are trying out whatever you're doing, so they are able to offer you a shorter leasing period. This in turn reduce your security deposit that you need to pay. All right, and of course the time taken will be easily very fast, 1 week, because a cloud kitchen will already have the exhaust, the right equipment, the fridge. So what you need to do is only to prepare all your ingredients and all this and that, you are able to start your business. All right, and the employees, you don't need to have a lot because probably it's only yourself preparing, or probably you get another 2 to 3 to help you in it. So it's very low risk, and it's able to test the market whether this whatever that I'm doing is attractive. If it's not, then I can easily just close up the business, and that's where there's a lot of entrepreneurs or being F&B operators being born during the COVID period time. All right. And this can be easily done, as I mentioned, online, digitally, without affecting our clientele. Whatever food that I prepare, all are standards, the quality will be there. This is one of the pictures that I snapshot from one of the cloud kitchen operator, which is the Select Group. So Select is actually right now have a few places that are doing cloud kitchen. And you can see in terms, I will show you in terms is that the place that you will get in a cloud kitchen is this small, tiny size. That will be enough to allow the operator to prepare the food. And you can see on this corner, what do you see? All right, all the Deliveroo, Foodpanda, Grab machines are all there. So this is what I'm talking about. The operator are using the online and are using all this delivery of food to actually reach out to their consumer. All right, before even opening up a restaurant or whatsoever. So this is where I'm showing you that there's a demand in the food factory itself. Okay, I'm going to show you a table from the central, east, north, and of course the northwest and west in terms of what are the food factories that are available. So if you were to see, I highlighted one in terms of the east, because I don't want to talk about the central and the south, because this Yang, 第一家 food building, unit, all this building you are not able to purchase. All right. Now, if you go to the east itself, you are able to see there's Stack Link, there's Enterprise One, there's Harper Point. These are the food factory. But pay a notice on the tenure. Most of the tenure are leasehold property itself, except for Harper Point that is in northeast. Then, of course, if you were to look at the north, food exchange, you are able to buy. Food Axis, Sinoco is by JTC, you are not able to own as well. These are basically you're only leasing from them. We see again in food exchange, basically this is also a leasehold property, which balance right now about 37 years. All right, and we move downwards to the northwest. We have the Mandai Food Link, and of course, what I'm talking about, the City Food Next this is ours, the question mark. All right, so this is where you can see is Mandai Food Link is another balance of 20 years. All right, and we move down onwards in the northwest. We have Mandai Food Fab and our Food Vision, which is freehold right now. They're already TOP, and we move down to the west again. Jurong Food Hub, and these are by SLA Enterprise Center, is also a leasehold. So what I want to highlight to you is this: that is very, very limited of freehold food factory you are able to purchase. Now, of course, if you don't mind the leasehold, there's one concern, of course, if you are an investor or end user, is that every year the lease reduces, your valuation will start to drop. All right, that is how it works itself. And because you cannot get a 20 to 25 years loan tenure in terms of the mortgage loan, so the price I really have to drop because there's no way to borrow. All right, so but for freehold perpetually, your price will be there and it appreciates at a steady rate. So that is where I mentioned is already a food factory is very limited, yet to get a freehold food factory is more challenging. Okay, so here's a graph of food exchange where I want to show you. So this property basically completion was in 2009, and you can see that the first owner all has made a profit in terms of the food exchange. All right, so you can see the uptrend and the behind a food factory, there's an uptrend. But right now, actually, it's right now bending downwards. All right, so this is because it's a leasehold property itself. All right, and that is where also I want to touch. We do not have any seller stamp duty that you need to hold. I mean, we do have a seller stamp duty. I'm so sorry. Commercial, there's no seller stamp duty, but we do have a seller stamp duty for you to actually hold. This is only one thing that is the thing that is you don't need to pay ABSD, but there's a SSD. Now, how long is the SSD? Is 3 years. So right now, if you are buying a new launches, basically it starts from the SMP where you sign your sales and purchase agreement. All right, and of course, if you were to see, you only need to hold 3 years. Now, within 3 years, if you were to sell, within the first year, if you want to sell, is only kept at a 15% SSD. Now, second year will be 10, and third year will be 5%. Now, as an investor, definitely will not sell, and we will hold basically after the third year, then we will sell it. So that's where I'm telling you, even there's a way also to not incur the SSD, okay, in terms of entity, is that you are able to sell. If this is a investment holding, you are able to sell your whole company together the property to the next buyer, and you do not have to pay the SSD, and you do not have to wait for the 3 years mark as well. So because you are selling the whole business away, okay? So this is some of the leeway and of course the attractiveness of how you are able to access to a food factory, industrial, and yet you have the freedom, and the enjoyment of the flexibility. And of course, as I mentioned, the industrial property, there will be a 8% GST because this year is 8%. Now, but if you want to wait for the next year to buy, there will be 9%. So on and so forth, the government will increase. So that's where if you are able to get one earlier, do get one because of the GST, all this, I mean, it will definitely factor into your investment cost as well. Okay. Now, then when we talk about GST, who need to register GST? So if you are doing 1 million revenue, automatically you will need to register for GST. All right, that is for businesses that are running and you hit the 1 million revenue. That is where you need to automatically register GST. Now, definitely there will be people here that do not own a business, but yet, I'm interested to own a food factory. Do not have to worry, because you will think that, hey, the 8% I'm paying, is I will not get it back. It's like a ABSD, for residential. But of course, residential second property will be at 17%. All right. But this you do not have to worry. For those that do not have entity, what you need to do is you are able to just set up a company before you purchase, and will get our professionals to speak to you to how to go about claiming back the GST. So at the end of the day, you are not paying GST at all. All right, because you are able to claim back the GST. Okay. Now I want to talk about the city food next. What is the unique selling points? All right. First of all, if you do know food itself, we need fast in, fast out, because food cannot be too long. If you were to order a buffet, usually I tell you need to consume your buffet by how many hours itself. After that, they will actually need to throw. So for the delivery and the processing, all this, they all have a time, so that they cannot have for F&B operator, they cannot have anything to actually chalk up on their delivery. So ramp up is very important for them if you want to actually consider. So ramp up, what do you mean by ramp up? Ramp up, which means the lorries, all these are able to ramp up all into the levels that they are at into their unit, so they're able to load up the food and actually goes up for their delivery. Now, second, high ceiling is also important. I've been talking about food, right? So food, there's another requirement that right now there's an increment of demand. We call the cold room, where they store the food itself. All right. And these are the people that they will need high ceiling. All right. Ice cream maker as well. So these are the people, they want high ceiling because they are able to do their shelving, and their equipments are actually quite tall and big as well. So high ceiling is also very important. Now, third, wide driveway. With two vehicles, huge vehicles coming along the ramp, we cannot have a point that they have to give each other way for the kind of thing. So we have a huge wide driveway for the fast in, fast out for the lorries or even the 20-footer containers itself. All right. As I mentioned earlier on as well, there's very limited freehold development for food factory. And of course, the number third, able to cater to your client's requirement. That's the most important. We are able to cater to most of our clients' requirement. And the location right now where we are at, later I'll share with you, is a superb accessibility location. It's at Mandai. And of course, we do give you lorry lot that is not part of your strata title, which is in your space. So outside of your unit, you will have lorry lot for you to park, and the developer don't charge it, and they don't come into your strata area, where some of the older buildings, you need to buy that lorry space for easily $100,000 to $200,000. All right. And because of the high power supply that we're able to give to the whole food factory building, so we are able to reach out to most of the F&B owners. All right. So they totally got no issue at all. And if you are an investor that wants higher rental yield, then you are able to set up a cloud kitchen just now, which I shared with you earlier on, because it will potentially give you a higher yield. Okay. So the unique selling point also, not a lot of food factory have ramp up. Some of the food factory have ramp up, but they are not accessible by 40-footer container and of course 20-footer container. So our development basically allows on the first story for a 40-footer container on the ground floor. So if you do not know what is a 40-footer container, is those, if you go to the Pasir Panjang, the port itself, you will see all this big truck. Some are the containers smaller, some are bigger. So the wider one are the 40-footer one. The smaller one are the 20-footer. So what this means is that our development for those 20-footer has a lot of delivery, and huge delivery one you are able to access from the second to fourth floor. Now, and of course, we do have limited 18 dual keys units where, if you want to buy one unit, yet, my operation is not enough. I'm able to subdivide out into lease out my whatever balance that I'm not using. All right. So developer created these two entrances by itself to be able to access by dual person, so that you are able to lease out the units. Even one of the tenants do not need such a big space, you're able to cut it into two. Okay. So ground floor are coming with mezzanine units. And of course, those ground floor one is very limited. There's only a fair bit of it. And it comes with actually two toilets, one on the bottom, one on the top. All right. So total, we have our different layouts itself. And of course, we do have a canteen to cater to the worker that are working in the building as well. Okay. So there are total 5 mezzanine on the ground floor levels. And of course, as I mentioned again, level 2 onwards, we have selected dual key units, which I will share on later on my slides to in terms of the plans. All right, the whole development is using LPG gas. So what is so good about LPG gas? Because most of the operator that I deal with, they do not like city gas. All right, because in terms of the power, in terms of the fire, they will prefer the LPG gas. Okay, and the key exhaust, the kitchen exhaust duct, all right, which is KED, of course, it's not situated in front of the unit. So what is the difference? The key exhaust duct for our development is actually situated outside. All right, these are for the fumes, all this, the cooking, all this to be actually goes outside into the. It looks like a chimney. Like if you go to coffee shop, you know what I'm talking about. These are the chimney that they come up with all the cooking, smoke, all this, and that will be sucked into it. So this is not situated in front of our unit itself, but rather is on outside of the building. So what this means is that your unit will not be hot. Secondly, it's not be smoky and it's not be smelly. Okay, so this is a little location map that I'm showing you. You can see that our building is very rectangular and is one of the largest plot in terms of the whole sector. Yeah, we are all surrounded by the food. All right, and for us to access to the main road, we are the first building that is at the main road along the Woodlands Road itself. The rest basically still have to go through the small roads, all this and that to be, to reach their premises itself. Okay, and of course, you can see that it's a whole manner estate. There's a transformation, it's a future development of eco district, and most important, I want to touch on it is that we are very near to Malaysia. So if you want to employ staff, those operators want to employ staff, it's much more easier because all this usually the staff are from Malaysia itself. Okay, so that's where distance to JB is also an important factor as well because of traveling time for the staff. Okay, and of course we are near to the major highways, maybe BKE and of course KJE, and we are in the sector of the Sungai Gadot Industrial Estate where there's also a transformation going on. Okay, and of course this is the MRT line on top that we will show you. All right, in terms of the UTMRT. All right, so this is an area shot of I want to show you the area shot of the site area. Also, as I mentioned, there will be, this is our site, which is rectangular, is an en bloc from an old building. All right, we will have a show flat that will be coming up soon. This area, empty land here will be the show flat area. So get in touch with our ERA advisor and we are able to bring you the preview, hopefully by April. We are still waiting for the developer for the confirmation of the date as well. All right, so this is another area shot on the other side. All right, and we also have a shot on the road itself. What I want to show you is because this is a continuous white line, which means outside our building, there won't be any huge trucks parking along. All right, why do I want to emphasize? Because if you were to buy something that don't have the continuous white line, there will be huge truck parking side by side, either on this side of the road or the other side. Then there will be a problem for the 20-footer container, 40-footer container, or those 20-footer lorries itself, and the accessibility will be slow. So this is where I want to show you. All right, and of course, as I mentioned, total we have 110 units. It's a 10-story multi-user food factory. Okay, and it's a B2 categorization, and most important, as I mentioned, tenure is freehold. The site area is about 80,000 square feet, and of course, GFA, all this, I do not want to touch on it. All right, the name of the project is City Food Next. All right, this is developed by the well-known Chilteng itself, where they have also developed city food chain. They have developed a lot of industrial and residential properties as well. So they are not some young developer or new developer in the market itself. All right, and of course, this is a vacant possession, which means the TOP. Right now, they are putting at 30th September 2027. But of course, we gotten from the developer that they are able to complete probably in 2025, first quarter. All right, so for those end users, don't use this as a benchmark. They are confident, we have spoken to the developer, they are confident to target to complete the project at 2025, first quarter itself. All right. And of course, legal completion will be on the 2030. The reason they put longer is because they're afraid if there's any COVID situation, they need to stop all this. So this is more of a safeguard. All right. So it is a fully ramp up factory up to the 10-story. We are not half of it or only 2 stories. It's ramp up all to the way to 10-story itself. Okay. And of course, we have, as I mentioned already, we have a canteen, and the car park lots is 41, maximum about 50 lots itself. Okay. And of course, motorbike. And we have total 9 lots on the ground floor for your 20-footer container. And of course, the 40-footer container, 2 lots on the ground floor as well. These are the loading, unloading bay. And of course, we do have bicycle lots as well. So there's 2 passenger lift. And of course, the goods lift are 2 as well, 3 ton. All right. So to give you an idea, this is what the specification of the project that you'll be looking at. So for the ground floor and the top floor, usually you'll be have the higher ceiling. And you can see it's approximately about 7.475 to about 8.175. Loading on ground floor definitely will be more higher than the rest of the units itself because it's ground floor. So this can go up to 20 kilonewton per square meter. All right. And of course, the mezzanine will be about 4 kilonewton per square meter. Usually we use it for your office operation itself. Okay. And the electrical power will be looking at about 200 amp. And for the second and fourth floor, where you're accessible by 20-footer container, the ceiling height is 6.65, which is still very, very high. All right. And of course, the production area in terms of the loading area is basically 15 kilonewton per square meter. And of course, on top usually will be slightly lower. There also is about 125 amp 3-phase. Then coming on the 5th and 9th will be about 5.95 ceiling height and 10 kilonewtons and 100 amp 3-phase. And followed by the 10th floor, 7.525, 12.5 kilonewton on the loading area, and of course 125 amp 3-phase. All right, so these are little specs which you can get from an ERA advisor as well. Okay, so the driveway, as I mentioned, is quite huge. So approximately about 11.1 to 12 meter. Or that's wide enough for this 40-footer to be able to access very, very freely and easily. All right. And of course, the loading, unloading area, approximately the depth is about 12 meter in front of the units. So which means the whatever container that is coming are able to load outside your unit. And of course, the head of the lorry will go off. You can take your time to load and unload the whatever products that you are or your goods that you need to load. All right. And you do not have to go and compete on the loading, the common loading area. So within your unit itself, you are able to load and unload your stuff. Okay. For the second and fourth story, approximately the driveway width is about 9 meter. Loading and unloading is about 8.35. So it's able to cater to the 20-footer container. Okay. And of course, the 5th to 10 will be 7 meter. And the depth is about 6 meter. This is able to cater to our 20-footer lorry. All right, what is a 20-footer lorry? Is those Sheng-Siong NTUC lorries that you see, the huge one that doing delivery. These are the 20-footer lorries itself. Okay, every unit will have their own refuse chute. Every unit will have their own dedicated kitchen exhaust duct. So this is a little schematic diagram to show you. So as I mentioned, there's only 5 units with mezzanine. So 0103 to 0109 will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unit with mezzanine and the canteen itself. 0101 and 0102 do not come with the mezzanine. Okay, and if you were to look at this side, those with a bracket D1 will be the those with dual keys. All right, so on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, there's only 1 unit. Going to the 5th, we have 3 units on every level. I will share the floor plans with you later on as well. So we can see that the size ranges probably from about 1,007 square feet to about as big, as huge as about 4,000 square feet. All right, so depending on your usage and depending on your investment appetite as well. So we still have units for you to choose because we have not sold yet. Right now, we are actually collecting interest. Okay, so this is the floor plan for the first story, as I mentioned. So this is the 11.1 to 12 meter that I talk about in terms of the outside your unit, like 0104. You are able to load your container here. The head will to move off. You are able to take your time to load your stuff. This will be the roller shutter, and this will be the side door. All right, so your goods, all these are able to use forklift to go into your unit itself. So you don't need to compete with the loading bay, which is over here. Okay, so this is to give you an idea of how the floor plans will be. So from the main road, this is where your entrance and ramp up to the 2nd floor, 3rd floor. All right, then of course, when they come down, they will turn out and they will go out from this way. So the flow is actually won't cause any this congestion. Over at this side is not an exit. This is just an emergency exit for the fire engine itself. So this will always be closed except unless there's a fire, then the barricade basically will be opened up to the fire engine. Okay, so the mezzanine, what's so good about it? You can see the mezzanine, if you understand industrial, usually mezzanine will sit inside the unit, thus giving you a problem of movement of your placement of your decking if you want to deck out. Because usually if you put inside your mezzanine, the staircase will be inside. So it's very difficult. Now, why developer want to place outside? So you can fully maximize deck out on your inside unit, so you can able to stack up your goods. So you're able to fully utilize even you're paying for the void area that is on the first floor. All right. Second floor will be similar. The only difference you can see is on the opposite here, 0 to 10, which I talked to you about. This is a dual key. So this door you can actually lease out to one of the tenants. This door is another tenant as well. All right. So the rest of the things are quite similar in terms of the floor plans from the first floor. All right, compared to the third floor, fourth floor, these are all able to let the 20-footer to be able to access upwards. All right, then fifth floor onwards will be your normal 20-footer lorry. All right, same thing. You on your outside, you still have your lorry space to be able to do your loading, unloading itself. All right, and of course, right now coming to the fifth story, we will have 3 dual key units. Okay, so that is the only difference. And the 5th and 6th will be approximately the same, and 7, 8, 9, and of course 10. All right, so I will go into the specs. Some of the questions that our consumer were asking, is there a separate list that cater for raw and cooked food? Yes, we do have. And is there any restriction? There's no restriction to any food type, because the whole building is licensed approved by the SFA and all other authorities. So if you are doing food, don't need to apply additional license. All right, of course you need to apply the licensing based on where is your kitchen, to the management, how are you going to renovate your food factory as well. All right, that's the only thing. And it's not a temporary F&B licensing, it's a permanent one. All right, so you don't need to every 3 years ask for a renewal. If you are buying, if you hear some of the F&B outside is actually a temporary change of use, and every 3 years they will need to ask for the renewal. So this type there will be risk. What in the event the URA don't want to allow you for the change of use, then immediately your investment will drop, because it will automatically change to a retail, or if for ours it will be a B2 industrial. All right, so ours is a pure food factory which perpetually will be food. Okay, mention again the width of the driveway, super huge. So fast in, fast out. We have a loading bay platform. All right, that is accessible to a maximum of 40-footer container, and scissors lift is provided for easy unloading and loading of goods. Now, as I mentioned again, I just want to recap our container accessibility to the unit front. All right, first story will be 40-footer, second to fourth will be 20-footer, 5th to 10 will be your 7.5 meter rigid frame, or we call it a 20-footer lorry itself. So is there a height control at the ground level? Yes, there is. There's 1st to 4 will be 4.5 meter. That is to cater for the 40-footer. 5th to 10 will be 3.3 meter height. Okay, there will be a ERA parking system. Security system will be there. Mechanical ventilation for the lift lobby itself. All right, and of course, what is the provision for waste disposal? All are on the ground floor. All right, but in your unit there will be a dedicated waste disposal. But for big waste itself, you need to bring to the ground floor. And of course, in your unit, all provided in each unit 2nd to 10th story for the this we call the bin room. Okay, how big is the refuse chute hopper dimension? Is 500 mm by 500 mm. All right, so because you need to wash your kitchen, all these floor traps, all these are provided as well. Okay, and there's a drop-off point in front of your unit. All right, basically for your from the loading unloading area, if you need to do a raised floor itself. So this is all already catered for you by the developer. All right, grease trap is also in each of the units, and of course every unit have a dedicated sampling sump. So as I mentioned already, key exhaust duct will be provided as well for, drawing air inwards or outwards. Now, if one unit is not enough, are you able to knock down the wall? Yes, you are able to. So amalgamation is possible. If you need 2 units, 3 units, 4 units, all at one row, it's all possible. Okay, we are using LPG gas, mentioned again. All right, first floor, yes, we are selling with void space for the 5 units. Other than that, the other units are all based on usable area. There is no void area itself. All right, every unit minimum has a 1 toilet. All right, and of course, mechanical fan is provided as this one is to be confirmed. Sorry, the mechanical ventilation fan. All right, and the building itself for the unit is able to install cold room. So waterproofing will only apply to the toilet and the bin room. So if you want to do your kitchen or whatsoever, you need to do your additional waterproofing because we do not know where are you going to place your kitchen itself. All right, but if you're an investor, usually these are all handled by the tenant itself. We rent it as is very spaces. They will go and do it up themselves. You don't have to worry about it. The glass will be tinted glass. And of course, the height of wall from floor to glass is approximately 900 mm to 1.1 meter. All right, and it's openable one. Okay, roller shutter width we also giving to you for first and fourth story is about 4.5 meter by 4.5 meter. All right, on top of that will be varies from 3 meter to 4.5 meter by height 3.6 meter. Maintenance fee we do not know yet. Okay, so right now I want to show you very clear cut. A lot of you will be asking, how much do you think will be? This will be our closest competitor, or I should say project that is near us. Food Fab has already fully sold and it's already right now all sold out already. So this is the latest transaction. If you will see 4th October 2022, they are selling at approximately about 1,008 per square foot. Now, estimated for our projects, we'll be looking at about, I should say about 1,005 PSF, plus minus. We still don't know the price yet, but we will be there. So you're buying something that is cheaper than that whatever development that has just launched finished. All right, so we are very competitive in terms of pricing. We are giving you superb quality products as well. We are not shortchanging the investor or end user on this. All right, and of course, stamp duty, does it apply the new stamp duty? Yes. All our unit, if you do times by 1,005 PSF, our cheapest unit probably will range from 2.1 million onwards. So we will fall into the category of 5%. All right, instead of the residential, across 3 million, there's still a 6%. We adjust anything that cross 1.5 million will be all flat at 5%. Now, I want to share with you why you should buy as an investor and what is the returns that we're looking at. Now, very clear cut, I'm going to show you Mandai Food Link and Food Exchange, which is very, very near to us. And you can see I pluck out the transactions, all are renting at about 7,000, 6,000, 8,000. This side, 60 years one, renting approximately about, the sizes about 7,000, 6,500, 11,000. I don't want to take the high, I don't want to take the low, I just take at approximately about 8,000. All right, the source is actually from SRX. So if I were to buy a unit, I also don't want to take the lowest, so probably I take about 2.3 million. As an investor, I may not be able to take 80%, so I'm able to take a 70% loan. So 30% will be your down payment. All right, that works out to about 690,000. Now, because of the stamp duty, as I mentioned, is 5%, so you need to pay 84,600. So your total outlay cost is 690 plus the stamp duty is 744,000. Okay. Now, of course, we have done up also the in terms of the loan, we'll be taking about 1.61. If you're able to take 30 years at 4%, then this works out to the monthly installment. The monthly installment works out to be about 7,686 per month. Now, if you were to rent out $8,000, you minus 7,686, you have a positive cash flow of $314 a month. Now, of course, after 5 years, we know you are investor, you want to sell. At the end of the day, we want to make a capital appreciation. Hypothetically, I only take 3% increase, compounding every year. All right, but our inflation, if you will see the last 2 years at 5.5%. So I'm taking a very conservative of 3% increase. So 5 years later, hypothetically, you are able to sell at 2.666 million itself. Your gross profit, this minus this, give you a 366,330. Now, of course, we must understand that you came out the stamp duty that you pay out. but the whatever down payment that you paid will you do take back as well. Now, what is this outflow? Outflow very simple, because there's a positive cash flow, and of course I take a maintenance fee. Owner have to bear the maintenance fee if you are renting out. There's this negative of times 60 months, because 5 years times 12 is 60 months. There's a negative of 41,160 you need to top up, right? So gross profit minus away your less stamp duty minus away your outflow less outflow clause. There's a profit of 20570. Now, because your tenant mortgage loan, although it's 7,000 plus, that's comprised of two components. Principal plus interest equates to your mortgage loan. Every month, the principal will goes up. Although your monthly installment is the same, every month the interest will drop. So the spread of 5 years over the 5 years, this is where the principal amount, amortization of principal amount you get back is about 153,785. So your net, everything you get back is 394,365. Now, follow me to the next slide. So your outlay cost, as I mentioned already previously, was 690, 804, 600. This is your outlay cost. So I take the 394,365 divided by 744,600. You are getting a 53% in the spread of 5 years. And let's look at the 53% divided by 5. Every year, we are getting a return of equity of 10.6%. It's better than you put in a bank or fixed deposit. It's really better than you buying bonds because there's risk. These are brick and mortar unit that you are able to hold and you are able to touch, and you will not turn to zero value. So this is where we want to show you that as an investment is very, very safe, because we are taking a very hypothetically low rental and of course hypothetically low capital appreciation upside. Okay, so the reason why I tell you is because this is a freehold, as I mentioned again, and of course it's a very limited products in the market. That's where, as an investor or end user, you know that it's better to buy than to lease. As I mentioned again, if you were to lease, at the end you are helping the landlord to pay the installment and of course the interest as well. So with that, I will appreciate that you do find out from our ERA advisor on this wonderful development. And right now, probably, is there any question or answer that I can address?
Hi, Daniel. We do have like a question from the ground. What are the benefits of buying compared to leasing?
All right. So, Elsa, as I mentioned, thank you for the question. That question is really, really good in a sense. If you are able to buy than lease, very simple, is that, as I mentioned, your down payment, as I show you the figure earlier on in the investment slides, the down payment you are able to get back. Now, every month you are paying the amortization. All right. So if I were to go back to my slides, very simple, I will show you. So this is the monthly installment, the 7686, but you don't pay the full 7686 because there's a principal amount inside. So if you were to lease like 8,000 and you were to buy, compare, the interest is what you don't get back. All right, which the interest is very, very minimum amount. So it's better you buy, in a sense, at the end of the day, when you sell, there's a profit compared to you lease, paying up 5 years, 10 years down the road, you don't get anything back. You will consider as expenses, as in terms of your bookkeeping finances.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. And here on your screen right now would be the QR code that we would like you to scan. Give me a short moment. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, here is a very important QR code we'd like you to scan. This will enable you to join our lucky draw, where you will select a lucky winner by the end of today, who will be walking away with $500 worth of staycation voucher. And today we are giving a staycation for the Fairmont Hotel. And time check right now is 1:58, and we'll continue with our second session of the day with Mr. Zach Huang, Executive Director of Agency, at 2 p.m. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to continue our second session this afternoon. And to share his views, we have Mr. Zach Huang, Executive Director of Agency, with us today. And Zach is recently minted Rising Millionaire with ERA, and he is a mentor to many, having guided them from strength to strength in their respective real estate career. His views are also sought by reputable media, including the Straits Times, HProp, and Property Guru, sharing his insights on where high net worth individuals prefer to invest, with a spotlight on Newport residences. Please welcome Executive Director of Agency, Mr. Zach Huang.
Right. Hi, everybody. Thank you, MC, for the kind introduction. Okay, so thank you, everyone, for attending our new launch showcase. Today, I'm going to share about where do the ultra high net worth prefer to invest, right? So just to set the context, right? On top of talking about high net worth, we are also going to introduce Newport Residence, which is an iconic freehold development coming up in the CBD area. But so far, we do not have much information. So as much as possible, we will try to share the details and information if you are really looking at Newport. Okay, so let me just share my screen. So like the rest of the speakers, before we start, we always want to do a disclaimer, right? Investing in property or any other investment all do have their own risk, right? So please seek professional advice from our ERA salespeople, okay, before you buy any sort of property. Okay, so every time my agents and my customers will always ask, how is the property market doing? So before we kickstart, maybe we have some interaction, some participation from all of you. Can you just put inside the chat group, okay? Based on your own point of view, do you think the property market is going to go up or go down? Maybe you put inside the chat group, up or down. I think everybody should have your own investment opinion, right? So if you are going to buy a property, maybe you want it to go down. If you already own a few property, or if you are the high net worth today, probably you want all your properties to go up, right? So is it going to go up or go down? Right? Great participation. So I think to go a little bit deeper, I think it's about which market are we talking about? Is it HDB market? Are we talking about the mass market condominiums? Are we talking about commercial property like Daniel just shared? Or is it landed property? Or we are talking about the core central region, ultra luxury property? So I think it boils down to where are we talking about? So market has changed, okay? I think we are really different compared to the COVID times. So different market has got different ups and downs. So today we are going to focus more in terms of core central region, properties that are a little bit on the higher quantum, right? But overall, Singapore context, I still believe that property prices will continue to rise in the next few years, right? So this is what I always like to share. The longer your investment horizon, your lower your investment risk. Okay, I would like to emphasize to all participants, real estate property is always a long-term investment. You shouldn't speculate like in 2-3 years time, you definitely have to sell. Okay, what if the market doesn't favor you when you want to sell? Then you will be in trouble. Okay, so before you buy any property, look further, right? The longer your investment horizon, you actually help yourself reduce the investment risk. Next, demand from ultra high net worth individual. So I believe some of the articles that I'm potentially going to show you, you have also seen it, right? So for example, right, you realize that people are buying into 20 units of Canning Hill Piers. Okay, everybody saw the news, I believe, from the Chinese, right? People are paying as high as $5,800 per square foot, okay, in Orchard. And they buy bulk purchase of 22 units, and even good class bungalow rental can fetch as high as 200,000 a month, right? This is a bit crazy talking if you're comparing like few years ago. Okay, so but these are the people coming into Singapore, putting their money into our country. Okay, so as high as $6,000 per square foot. So the thing is, majority of the core central region properties are still hovering between 3,000-4,000. There's already prices setting record at $6,000 per square foot. Okay, and why is this thing happening? Because, right, there's this thing called the China reopening of economy, right? Chinese in China have been there for 3 years, stuck in the country. Anybody in the same building found with COVID, they got to quarantine the whole building. Okay, so this is what is happening, and somehow or rather, Chinese government decided to open, and a lot of Chinese can't wait to go out. In fact, they are already out in the market and they are coming into Singapore. And with this change of policy, it actually benefited Singapore somehow or rather because they are coming in. Can you imagine Chinese staying in China for 3 years, being very frustrated with the COVID restriction? Right, they restrict your move. Okay, you are not supposed to even go to supermarket. You cannot go travel. Right, anybody that hits COVID in your building, you got stuck again. So there's a lot of frustration in the Chinese. And I spoke to some friends. There's a lot of people who wants to get out of the country. Okay. Next. And I believe some of you would have already seen this article. Singapore property market see an increase to Chinese buyer. Right, so they thinks that Singapore is a top destination for the migration of wealthy Chinese. I think the wealthy Chinese, not only they want to come here because it is safe, politically we are stable, okay, they also see Singapore as a preferred location, as a store of their wealth, right? They want to put their money here, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of instability in terms of policy. They can just freeze your money in China, right? So, we have got safety, we have got security, we have got political stability, right? And also doing business and also good infrastructure. That is why a lot of people, not only Chinese, they are coming into Singapore. And if you look at this, Singapore expect billions to boost tourism, right? With China opening up, okay? Singapore property market braced for surging Chinese demand with all this immigration move, right? The reopening sets to bring more wealthy Asians into Singapore. Okay, so if you can see, of course, COVID days from the early 2020 for the next 3 years, you realize that, of course, there's a dip in Chinese buyer, but somehow or rather, they are still buying. And of course, we can already feel it. They are coming into the market, right? 2023, we have seen an increase of Chinese buyer. Okay, so you realize for the past few slides, I've been emphasizing on Chinese buyer because I think government is also aware based on their statistics. All these are the big purchaser, right? People who come into core central region buying the properties in whether is it high quantum or high per square foot. So this will somehow help Singaporeans who are looking into property investment. If you buy the right property, okay, you might potentially have more growth, okay, in such location. Okay, and if you look at this chart, right, you realize that during COVID days, we have got limitation in terms of visitors coming to Singapore, and this amount in 2023 is set to double, okay, to go to the next level in terms of number of visitorship. This will also help because when people come here, not only for work, okay, they will also need a place to stay, whether is it rental or they might potentially buy into our property. Okay, full tourism recovery expected to hit by 2024, which is another year's time, right? So we are expecting more expats and students. So that is why rental has also hit all-time high, right? In my 17 years of a property agent, we have not seen such a high rental, right? Probably because of the shortage of demand as well. There's lack of supply in the market, so there's actually higher rental. Okay, not only Chinese, the Taiwanese as well. Okay, there's some political instability, right? So a lot of Taiwanese are also looking into Singapore as one destination to not only park money, but also as a safety reason. So this is also a trend up and coming. Okay, the other thing I would like to share, probably some of you who are already in the core central region, you might be familiar with this, but this is a new regulation, right? So I believe some of you heard of this thing called the GIP, Global Investor Program. So this is a program whereby we try to attract high quality investors, okay, to come into Singapore, but of course with some terms and conditions. Okay, so if you look at the chart on the right hand side, there's option A, B, and C. Okay, existing requirement, we used to just get them to invest like $2.5 million okay, then they can fall under this global investor program. But with effect of March 15, right, they can't do it with just 2.5 million. This amount has already increased to $10 million, right? So 10 million, from 2.5 million to $10 million. So you can say Singapore government, probably because of inflation or probably because of more high net worth coming in, they want to up this prerequisite, this new requirement. Okay, you can also see that option B, from invest 2.5 million to becoming investing in 25 million in the GIP fund. So there's different conditions. So there's option A, B, and C. But what I'm trying to deliver here is that we are expecting to see more hot money into Singapore really, really soon. Okay, and we actually have got this new special pass called the One Pass, right? So previously we have got work permit, we have got EPs, employment pass, but we come up with this special pass called the One Pass. So how do you qualify for One Pass as an expat? Is that your monthly salary has got to be more than 30,000. So you think about it, if this group of expats is not earning this kind of money and they are not coming into Singapore, why would we even need a new pass called One Pass, right? So I think if you are going into core central region, okay, I think this is one thing that you need to know. If you buy a high quantum, good property, potentially, right, the tenant renting from you can be somebody holding on to this pass, okay, called One Pass, okay, which means to say they make about or more than 30,000 every month. So if you're a landlord, it will be good for you. So Singapore, among the top cities for ultra prime residential property. So I summarize them, okay, because they classify into two kinds of property in terms of transactions and activities. They have got these super prime properties that is worth more than 10 million US dollar, which is about maybe 13, right? 13 million Singapore dollars. Okay, you can see the number of transactions that are highlighted in red, okay, 122 units. And to be considered this ultra prime, you need to buy properties whereby they are more than 25 million US dollar, 30 over million. So there's about 18 transactions. So you see, even though being a small country, there's a lot of people coming into Singapore, putting their money here. Okay, so these are actually great news to all of us. Core central region as well, the median price, okay, in fact, if you look at it, it didn't appreciate too much. Why? Because I dare say that for the last 3 years, without the Chinese, in fact, 80% of our transactions in the core central region are bought by Singaporeans. Okay, core central region, you can't compare our properties with RCR or OCR, which is dominated by Singaporeans and HDB upgraders. But in core central region, we largely depend on foreigners, and it's a good thing that since the border restriction lifted, okay, we see more potential now, right? So I believe, okay, in core central region, the price, the percentage growth, okay, will be more in the upcoming years. Right, and right after COVID, you can see CCR prices trending upwards for the past few years, slowly but surely. Okay, so we previously have hit an all-time high in 2019. Then when COVID struck, okay, it came down, and we are on track back up again. Okay, if you are going to invest or you already own a CCR property, so you need to understand where are the buyers coming from. So of course, right, we always have got the Singaporeans supporting all our good properties, okay, right in the southern part of our island. Okay, the other part you can see will be the Chinese. They form the second biggest group of buyers in Singapore, and not forgetting, okay, Indonesian, right? Indonesian, I can say Indonesian have always been buying Singapore property. They usually prefer freehold property, right? So when they buy, they always want to buy freehold property. Of course, some of the younger Indonesian buyers now, they are pretty much more open. But of course, if you give them a choice, they will still prefer freehold property. Okay, and so on and so forth. We have got people from Malaysia as well, right? UK, India, okay, America, and Taiwan. So these are the buyers buying into core central region. Okay, this is another piece of good news, right? So last year itself, there's more than coming to 3,000 millionaire flowing into Singapore, right? So these are the group of ultra high net worth individual coming from all different countries. So you can see a lot coming from Ukraine, Russia, right? Those rich tycoon, they are actually putting their money here, okay, from America as well. So a lot of millionaires coming into Singapore. So the question now is, why are people all coming to Singapore, right? Isn't Singapore too small to accommodate so many people, right? So I think there are many reasons, okay, why we continue to stay in Singapore and why many people want Singapore as part of where they stay. First, okay, Singapore is a global financial hub. There's a lot of businesses done here. And if you realize that a lot of tech HQ are all based in Singapore. So these are a group of people whereby they want easy to do business country that they can put their money in. Okay, next, political stability. I think this is very clear cut. Everybody know that it's very transparent in terms of our policies, in terms of our government, right? And I think one strong point that we always have, okay, thank God, is actually strong currency. In fact, you think about it, because Singapore dollars is so strong that now whichever country that you go to, you always have got an advantage, right? So we talk about why Singaporeans always like to go Malaysia or go Thailand, right? Because we always have got strong currency, right? When anything that you potentially go Malaysia and buy, Johor, JB, okay, the currency now is like maybe 1:1, 1:3.3, 3.4, okay, back 5-7 years ago, it's only like 1:2.5. So strong currency, even Malaysian, okay, they can be working in Malaysia or they can be PR in Singapore. They are putting their money here, right? So think about it, a lot of foreigners are planning for their retirement. Okay, when they get older, this strong currency that they keep money in Singapore, next time potentially they have got more money, okay, during their retirement age. And a resilient economy. So the last recession we have, okay, is actually COVID, right? Then you realize how supportive is Singapore government, right? When there's a crisis. So we pump in a lot of Akong's money into small businesses, especially. A lot of us actually get good incentive from government, right? So to make sure the economy is still good to go, even during COVID situation. And one good reason, okay, that people are buying here, of course, is the zero inheritance and estate tax, right? So if there's any inheritance, there's no tax at all. Unlike many other countries out there, they actually tax for inheritance. Okay, estate duties has been abolished for death occurring on and after 15/2008 February, right? So this is one good reason. This is for legacy planning. Okay, if you ask me, I think real estate is always a supply and demand game, right? This year itself, we go into 2023 with this housing stock hitting 15 years low. Okay, that's why last year we started buying more the developers starting to buy more GLS, right? There's more en bloc. Okay, there's people tearing down their old buildings to push up the supply as well. Okay, unsold private property hit 15 years low, right? So even, okay, if you look at the article that I highlighted in box up in red, right? Even if developer were to sell all the same numbers of housing units in 2023 as they did in 2022, okay, the inventory will still remain below 10,000 units. So with this low inventory, okay, we believe that prices will continue to rise in 2023. Okay, of course, everybody have got this concern about rising inflation, right? So of course, it is still happening. That's why interest rate also went up, right? So how is rising inflation going to help real estate investment, right? So you realize that everything is getting more expensive, right? It has been there. A lot of media has been covering about inflation, right? So in short, inflation is not going to go away. It's how we're going to manage inflation, right? With this higher interest rate, hopefully inflation will be tamed a little bit. But long-term wise, actually inflation is good for property owner if you ask me. Why? Everybody wants your property price to inflate, right? If you own good property in the core central region, you want it to double up as soon as possible. Okay, so The complaints will always come from people, right, who don't own good properties, or they haven't bought their first property yet. Inflation is going to make it more difficult for them to buy into Singapore property, right? It doesn't matter what kind of property that you are looking into, inflation is going to hurt you, right? So the suggestion is always buy as early as you can, because inflation is not going to stop anytime soon. It's going to continue. So the other thing what you can do is that you can buy real estate, use real estate to hedge against inflation. Okay, so this is one way that you can do it. Possible recession. Yes, since last year itself, everybody, every customer, every media has been talking about the up and coming recession. Yes, there's a possibility of recession, but let me tell you, based on my point of view, I don't think it will be a very severe one. We have just went through a severe recession called COVID, right? Somehow or rather, we survived. In fact, our property price did even better during COVID. Surprisingly, people thought recession price will go down. Let me tell you, in Singapore property, we are very unique. We are a very unique country. Recession doesn't mean our price will go down. Okay, COVID, our property prices went up. And in fact, the more you talk about recession, the more prepared the Singaporeans are, right? The last thing that we want about recession is that our people, the Singaporeans, they are not prepared. But if there's a recession at the second half of the year, trust me, most of us are already prepared, because we have been talking about this, okay, since last year. People have been saving up, right? Not willing to spend too much because they are fearful of retrenchment, potential recession coming up. Okay, so this one not too much of a concern, right? There's many factors that potentially affect real estate market in Singapore, but what I can say is that demand can be delayed, but in a country like Singapore, demand cannot be destroyed, okay, because we require all this human capital, right? All this money to come in to beef up, okay, the whole Singapore economy. Okay, and why are we doing all this? Because I believe we have got a goal, right? There's this property growth white paper that I believe everyone have heard of it. Okay, by 2030 is 6.9 million, right? Even if you don't target 6.9, let's aim like 6.5 million. We are like 1 million people short of, okay, based on today. But the question is, do you know that we are like left with 7 years to somehow or rather hit these 6.5 million? Okay, in order to grow another 1 million population, whether is it PR, people coming in, becoming Singapore citizen, okay, I think 7 years to hit 1 million, right? There will be more people coming in, and all these people come in is either they rent from us or they will buy something. So this is one driver that will continue, okay, and I believe, I hope everybody believe, okay, this will drive our property prices to the next level. Okay, because we are talking more about core central region, I think foreign demands are where we are expecting them to push the prices up. More core central region homes will be sold this year, right? With the return of Chinese, the demand has come back to pre-pandemic level. Okay, more inflow of hot new money into Singapore may result in another round of price hike. Okay, and of course, you know, we have been having like 1 decade of cooling measure. Okay, so of course, when it is out of control, when it goes up too fast, government is always there. In fact, we should be very open about cooling measure. A lot of customers, even foreigners, they know there's this 30%, right? They are willing to pay higher ABSD just to buy into a property, because they know that government is doing a good job. There's no property bubble in Singapore with 10 years of cooling measure. Okay, cooling measures are here to make sure there's no property bubble and we can continue to sustain such kind of property prices. Right. Third point, more higher paid professionals coming to Singapore. Just now I shared about this One Pass initiative that required the expat to hit at least 30,000 monthly salary. Okay, we want to attract all this talent. Okay, because all these people will potentially drive up our property rent, or potentially they can also buy into our country as well. Okay, now I'm going to talk a little bit about CBD. Why? Because this probably in the next few years, right, because of government initiative, going to be one area whereby they're going to transform significantly, right? Not for the last 5 years, but the upcoming 3 to 5 years. This place, which is not very familiar with majority of us, right? Because there isn't many launches in the CBD area. Probably many of us, like if your office is there, you go there and work and you go home. Okay, you don't stay there and chill. But trust me, later I'm going to show you in the next 3 to 5 years, there is a lot of transformation coming from all different kind of developers. Okay, so this thing started back in 2019, right? Okay, Indrani Rajan, our second minister for national development, right? It says that CBD has an important role to play in sustaining Singapore economic competitiveness, right? So on and so forth. They are going to do something to our central business district. Okay, and what they do is that they come out with this scheme, right? Everybody heard of this Greater Southern Waterfront called the Work, Live and Play. Okay, to add this on, they actually come up with this CBD incentive scheme. Okay, so what they do is that they actually introduce this scheme to inform developer, to check with developer if you tear down your old building that is more than 20 years, right, in the CBD that falls within their boundary, right? They are going to give you a 25% to 30% increase of GFA. So if you do just commercial, that means you don't build residential, they allow you to build additional 25% GFA. But if your building that you tear down and rebuild, you're going to do up residential, they're going to give you a 30% increase in your GFA. So to all the developers, it's like, wow, okay, now if I tear down, I put some money in, you're going to give me additional space that I can potentially sell to customers, right, and make more money. Why not? Since there's a lot of maintenance issue in old buildings that's more than 20 years old. So there's a lot of applicants coming from the developer side. So this news is like few months ago, right? August 2022. At that point in time, there's already 8 applicants who gotten their IPA, in principle approval. I believe today in March 2023, I believe more than 10 application has been approved, I believe. Okay, but even if you base on 8, meaning to say, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to invest into CBD, this might be a good time. Why? Because somehow or rather, you know, at least 8 developments is going to tear down and going to rebuild. Okay, and you see, if you want your price to hit the next level, you must always have got transformation. You must always have got buildings tearing down and building even taller. Okay, so this is the CBD incentive program that everybody should be aware of. Okay, so what they are going to focus is actually on the downtown and Orchard to make sure there's more jobs and more business opportunity. And in order to do that, they need to make sure there's more city living options near to offices and amenities, right? So that people can enjoy work, live, and play, right? Work, live, and play in downtown core, which is what we are going to focus, where Marina Bay is, right? It starts all the way from the top right, okay, which is Bugis area, to the bottom left, whereby Shenton Way is. If you look on the left-hand side, we used to have mainly offices and commercial element in CBD, which is the one in blue color, largely commercial. But what they are going to do is that they're going to transform it, okay, together within the downtown, okay, to make it more lively, work, live, and play. So they're going to put in the yellow color, which is more residential, so more homes in CBD. And in terms of creativity, if you realize the photo that I'm showing you is actually Marina Bay, which is part of the downtown, right? They're going to make this into a very vibrant place. So what they do is that they actually introduce white sites. White sites means developer, if you buy from government, you potentially can do into commercial offices, you can do into service apartment, hotel, residential. Okay, there's no restriction to what kind of properties you want to do. Okay, so they want to make sure, okay, there's more private enclave in the whole of downtown. Okay, one example recently will be the Marina View GLS, which I'm going to cover a little bit on why this thing will actually help, okay, if you buy into Newport. And of course, in Singapore, connectivity is very important, right? Because cars are very expensive now, right? Even more expensive. When all these people come, they probably will even buy a car and also use your MRT, right, to commute to work. Okay, so MRT lines are pretty much already planned for, right, from Maxwell, Shenton, Marina Bay, so on and so forth. And new station in CBD, Maxwell Station, Shenton Way Station, right, near to famous Maxwell Food Center and in the heart of CBD. Okay, and very important line that you need to know is the Circle Line 6 extension that's coming up really soon in 2026, okay, which is the Prince Edward and Cantonment Station. Right, this will continue to enhance the connectivity within the CBD area. And you see, when you work here means that you got to either travel back home or come from your home, right? So it takes even shorter time if you potentially stay in Paya Lebar, 16 minutes. If you stay for slightly further away, Bishan, maybe 25 minutes. Okay, if you're staying in One North area on the west, right, probably less than 20 minutes, you can reach CBD area. Okay, and of course, I know majority still can work from home, but we also realize there's a trend going upwards. Okay, more people are returning to workforce. Okay, recently I've always gone to Tanjong Pagar. There's getting more and more people when you want to eat lunch, right? So there's more people going for lunch now. Okay, compared to during COVID times, right? And is this really happening? Okay, why I say it's happening, because CBD workspace is in demand again. The keyword is again, right? Of course, during COVID, everybody starts to work from home. These office spaces are not doing as well. But now that Singapore PR buy the whole level of Suntec City Tower 2 for coming to 40 million, Amazon, okay, has already secured a lease, right, with IOI at the Central Boulevard. This is another grade A office that is coming up. Right, so there's another Marina View that IOI bought over. This one on the right hand side, okay, the photo that I show you, this one doesn't have any residential. Okay, the next one, Marina View, they do have residential that is coming at the second half of the year, I believe. Okay, in terms of play, international level, this thing has already been here for, I believe, a decade already. Last year, I actually went for this Grand Prix Formula 1, so it will continue to go. And this is one of the attractions if you're staying in the CBD area. Right, and if you go to Guaco Tower, you realize that there's people having a lot of activities at their space, right? They have got all these pop-up play space, right? Activities for bringing people together, right? Singapore River Festival as well. Okay, let's study a little bit into the demographic of CBD in terms of age, right? It is important if you want to buy into core central region, okay, in CBD, you need to know who are staying there, what kind of people. Okay, so if you do a comparison, this is a 10-year difference. On the left-hand side is 2011, on the right-hand side is 2021, right? So what we see very clearly, I have already boxed them up in red. You see that back 2 years ago, we are experiencing more of the millennials coming into CBD, which is good news. Why? Because people can now accept, okay, smaller apartments, higher price, because the household size has already shrunk, right? And people doesn't need to stay near parents anymore. They can go, they rather stay nearer to their workplace. This is a good sign if you are investing into CBD core central region. Okay, next, this is another slide, right? Downtown core, right? 2011. You realize that the aging population is getting lesser in core central region, okay, CBD area, compared to 10 years ago. So I mean, this area logically, I mean, if I want to retire, if Zach wants to retire, I don't retire in core central region as well. I'll probably move out of it, right? So we are anticipating even more vibrant, okay, happening place in the CBD area in the next few years. Okay, the hidden value of CBD, right? CBD rental demand has strongly recovered, up 23.4%, which is very important, right? People are coming back to office, so they rather rent, okay, nearer to office. Okay, and are downtown core condominiums undervalued? Okay, so if you look at the one in blue color, I believe so, because one reason is we didn't have too much launch, okay, back then. Up and coming, just now I told you there's like at least 8 or 10 properties with the incentive program coming up. They are probably going to tear down and going to hype up this place, and prices going to go to the next level pretty soon. Rising value, okay, of downtown condominiums as well. So if you look at the all condominium prices, which is in red, and the one in blue, you realize that with the progression of returning to office, rental actually went up in CBD area. So these are some of the up and coming launches probably in the next few months or within this year. Right, so Maxwell House. Okay, this is 99 years by Chip Eng Seng, Sing Hai Yi, and Chuan Investment that is coming up. Okay, Alibaba and Perennial also bought into AXA Tower, AXA Tower. Okay, so they have already more or less tear down. And Marina View by IOI Property. Okay, this is the government GLS land, white side, 99 years. Okay, Realty Center already bought by the developer, the Place Holdings. Chinese developer listed in Singapore, but if you look at the news, if you follow the news, they are trying to sell this property away. And anyway, this is the only freehold that is very near Newport. Okay, but I think there's no plans about redevelopment yet, right? Based on my research, even if they rebuild, right, they potentially can only do like 114 units because the land size is really, really small. So just commercial podium in the level 1, level 2, probably. Then the rest will be residential. Very small plot of land beside One Burnham. Okay, so if I put them into perspective, like the map you see here. So more importantly, you can see the break-even price. So the only break-even price that we don't have will be for Newport, because Newport is under this CBD incentive that they tear down. It's a very old building held by CDL, so we don't have they don't have a cost to it, right? So but the rest, developer bought over Maxwell at 1183, so potentially break even 2001 to 2003. GLS $1 billion, 1.5 billion Marina View, white side, okay, break even about 2003 to 2005. AXA about 2000 to 2002. But what I'm trying to tell you here, why break even, I need to show you is higher end property first, they're going to build differently, right? The construction cost is going to be a bit higher. And also, even if they buy in at a cheaper price, doesn't mean, okay, a developer will sell you at a cheaper price, right? That's what I can say to you. Why? It's an overall holistic approach that how you can look into prices, because if the RCR are selling already at like 2006 to 2009, right? There's no way all these property here are going to sell you below 3,000, I believe. Okay, so these are some of the existing new launches in CBD, right? If you are looking into Newport, I suggest you can ask your agent, maybe if you want to go and take a look. In fact, we don't have a lot of supply anyway, right? One Burnham beside Newport, okay, it's a 99 years. Warwick, we still have the tallest residential building, right, where the super penthouse is, right? 99 years, we left with 6 units as well. Marina One, after selling for 10 years, we still have got 3 penthouses left, 99 years. The M, about 20 units left. Last check, it should be 19 units already. If you are somebody who loves freehold, you got 1 penthouse at Sky Everton. Sky Everton, if you ask me, is more of a residential area. It's not really in the CBD. It's near, same district too, right? But categorized in terms of buyer buying, okay, a little bit different, not very near into CBD. Okay, of course, we have got the Guaco Midtown area, Midtown Modern, Midtown Bay, which is at the other side of downtown. Okay, the Bugis area, we have got 60 over units for Midtown Modern, 100 over units for Midtown Bay that you can potentially take a look. So why I show you this is because people will definitely want to compare all the downtown properties, right? And I put in the transaction price as well. So just to make sure all my investors here or potential investors, okay, understand the price, okay, guide in this downtown core. So you see, like Warwick residence, it can go as high as $5,000 per square foot, hovering about 3,004, 3,005 per square foot, okay, which is very near to Newport and 99 years. All right, and One Burnham can go as high as 3,000 now. I think it should be slightly higher already, okay, which is right beside Newport. Guaco Midtown 3,008, Midtown Modern 4,007, the M 3,002, and Marina One clock as high as $3,500 per square foot. Okay, Newport. Okay, for the remaining slide, in fact I don't have a lot of slides left. All right, we're gonna zoom into Newport residences, right? So like I mentioned just now, CDL decide to tear down this because of this URA CBD incentive scheme, right? So Mr. Kwek of course says that in the CBD, the group is progressing on the redevelopment of Fuji Xerox. Okay, the old building is called Fuji Xerox Tower, a freehold office building. So when they tear this down, okay, CDL now can capitalize on the extra GFA because of this CBD incentive scheme. Okay, so some of the details that everybody should take note. I believe a lot of buyers out there have not seen this perspective. This is pretty new, okay, coming from developer, right? So they're gonna have 3 different components for Newport, right? So mainly Newport Plaza, right? Newport Tower, which is the commercial and offices. And if you're buying into the residential, it will be called Newport Residences. Okay, so many buyers and agents also ask me, are they going to sell the commercial? Highly likely no. Okay, most of the developers don't sell their commercial component, right? Overall, this place will be called Newport Plaza. It's going to be a home, an icon, and address for all time. Okay, if you look at the perspective, what you are seeing behind the building, of course, you can see PSA. There is also Sentosa. That is also Greater Southern Waterfront. That will be your potential view. So later I'll share with you some of my research, the potential view that you can look into. So whatever developer provide me that I can show you, it will be shared during this webinar. Okay, this is coming from the PSA Sentosa site that we look at Newport. Okay, it's going to be this very iconic building. Right smack in front, there's nothing, right? You will be having a full sea view. Okay. This one is the Sky Pool at Newport Sky. So I believe top floor. Okay, open concept, right? Very high building overseeing Sentosa, Pulau Brani, Greater Southern Waterfront, okay, while you are doing your swim. Okay, some project information, right? It's called Newport Residences. Okay, it will only have got 1 block and it starts from 23-story, okay, meaning to say residential, the ones that we potentially can buy into starts from 23rd floor all the way to the super penthouse at level 45. That will be the residential component. The other thing that I want to highlight is actually the address. If you can see, 80 Anson Road is a very nice name. Okay, address is really important in this kind of property, right? Numbers are important, especially if you want to sell to the Chinese. If you want to have a resale value, okay, they try to avoid number 4 somehow or other, okay, and they always love number 8, like a lot of Chinese or even Asians. Yeah, District 2, and what stands out here is our tenure, right? It's freehold, and expected vacant possession is 2030. I think this is a good thing. Why? Because a lot of you have got concerns over rising interest rate. If you buy into Newport, okay, they are not going to start the progressive payment so fast. We are still in the midst of tearing down the building, meaning to say you don't have to take loan immediately. As long as you have got your down payment, right? I think the progressive payment will not kick in. Even if it kicks in a few years down the road, okay, you always start off with very low interest rate and hope low installment. Hopefully by then interest rate will come down. So I think this expected vacant possession is good. Okay, you don't rush into getting a loan at current 4% interest rate. Total units, we have 246, car park lot 131. Majority will not need to drive here because you are already in the core central region and your office is nearby. Right, unit mix. Okay, I give you like maybe a few seconds to glance through. Okay, of course, we have got 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom, but if you look closer, right, we are going to focus mainly on the 1 and 2 bedrooms. Okay, why do I say that? Because if you look at my 3 bedrooms, probably we have got like 30 over units, right? 30 over units to sell. I think, yeah, we don't expect too many families. We are going to focus on the 1 and 2 bedroom. Okay, and if you look at their sizes, it hovers between like 500 square feet for the 1 bedder. For 2 bedrooms, 600 over square feet. Okay, and even a small family can potentially buy into my 2 bedroom premium. Okay, or the premium with ensuite study area, 800 over square feet. Okay, and of course, I think the 4 bedroom premium, as usual, core central region, the high quantum, the high net worth, they will snap up the 4 bedroom. Anyway, there's only 18 units. Super penthouse, 12 coming to 13,000 square feet. There's only 1. Okay, if you are a buyer, you can contact our ERA agents. Okay, any offer, let us know. We can put up to developer because there's only 1 unit. Okay, why is this thing good? Because unit mix, we are making it very affordable. Okay, the quantum should be lower. Okay, very palatable for consumers to come into, right? Potentially anybody can buy into this 1 bedroom of like 431 square feet to 495 square feet. Okay, so this is the schematic chart that you can look into. Okay, so you realize that my residential starts from 23rd story. Below that, you can see there's service apartment. Okay, even below that, you can see offices. Right, we have got basement car park, so on and so forth. Okay, if you are okay, then I will continue. Okay, I come to the last 7 points about why Newport by CDL is worth considering. Right, you can't buy now. The show flat is not ready. We are not open for sale yet, but I would wish to encourage everybody to come down and take a look as soon as possible when the show flat is ready. First, it's going to be a head turner, right? It's going to be an iconic 47-story mixed development. Okay, previously known as the Fuji Xerox. Okay, I think it looks really, really nice from this picture. Okay, 246 units of residential that we can buy into. And why the name Newport? Okay, Newport actually is named after this famous Rhode Island, okay, in the US. Okay, it is best known for its beautiful seaside city, famous for mansions. Okay, that's why it is called a millionaire rose. That means everybody, whether you are a millionaire or not, once you buy into Newport, okay, everybody becomes millionaire. It's a millionaire row. Okay, famous for mansion, shopping, and scenery. Okay, so this is how the Newport comes about. Second, talking about investment, right? So it is very important to have MRT right smack beside you, right? So we actually did a walk through to Prince Edward. Let me just quickly show you the video, less than 30 seconds.
Hi, Zach. This video should have like some like audio to it. Just a reminder.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I shall continue. So I think MRT is always important for investment, right? Even though we are in the core central region already, I believe a lot of tenants that you potentially rent out, they may not even want to buy a car, right? So they will walk to this Prince Edward MRT station when it is ready. Okay, reason number 3. Okay, this is very unique, right? yeah, as much as we advocate, the tenure is only just one characteristic when you comes to buying a property, right? You got 99 years, you got freehold, right? So or at least I realize there's always this group of buyer that only wants to buy freehold. Okay, freehold probably is one instruction passed down from their parents, from their grandparents, that when you buy property, you must buy freehold. Okay, so I think this is one very important characteristic that we have that many of the rest of the projects that don't have. Okay, why freehold is important? Because it makes up less than 5% of the total housing unit. That means this is a collectible item, a rare item. Okay, and if you're buying something that is coming from the GLS, I hope everybody know that there's no freehold that government is going to sell it to you. It's either through en bloc or old building developer tear down, then potentially you can buy into freehold. So 95 are leasehold property, only less than 5% are freehold property. This is very important, especially CBD, which I'm going to show you some statistics. Okay, so the question now is how many freehold properties with more than 200 units are within 500 meters to Newport? Okay, why I put 200 units is because I don't want to compare with small developments like 30 units. There are small developments with 50 units. Or small units developments or project usually don't make as much money as the bigger project. So we need to have a guideline of more than 200 units when it comes to buying a property. So the answer here is 0. There isn't any freehold property near Newport, okay, that has got more than 200 units and is a freehold property. Don't have, right? So if I go one step further, okay, how many freehold property with more than 200 units are within 1 kilometer, right? There's only 3 projects. And if you ask me, are they really the CBD project? No, they are at the Spottiswoode area, Everton area. They got the HDB there. They got the some private condos there, which is the Spottiswoode 18 Spottiswoode Suites and also Sky Everton, right? So I felt Newport and the CBD properties are not comparable to this, even though we are in the same district. Okay, so I want to tell you there isn't much competition in terms of freehold property, and if you are a freehold lover, I think you should look into Newport. Next, CDL. Of course, CDL proven record. They have been working on ultra luxe property for many years, right? Of course, we have a new Futura, Canning Hill Pier, South Beach Residence. All these are the notable prominent projects: Boulevard 88, Irwell, Novell 18, Amber Park. Okay, best developer. Okay, reason number 5. Not only they're gonna have one, but they're gonna have 2. Okay, architect for this project, right? This is a Japanese architect, Niken Sike. Okay, so if you look at the photos there, they are famous for doing all the iconic projects, iconic buildings around the world. Then in terms of principal architect, okay, it's the very famous architect in Singapore, ADDP. So I put in some of their work here: Avenue South, Martin Modern, Newport, New Futura, and even Tree House. Okay, so they will be working together with the Japanese architect for Newport residences. Reason number 6, why people are buying into, you must remember now with COVID over, right? So people are coming back to business, people are traveling again. Okay, we are the world financial hub, but not only Asia, not because we are in Singapore, but we are actually entertaining all business people coming from the rest of the world. Top 10 financial hub in the world. So you can consider putting your money here. Right, just now I emphasized on 80 Anson Road. I think it's a very prime location. So you look at this southern facing Google map. Okay, potentially you are looking into Sentosa. This is the southern facing. You can see the 2 yellow line, unblocked Greater Southern Waterfront and Sentosa view. Okay, if you are buying into this facing. And if you are looking into the west and east facing, okay, let's look at the west first. Okay, you are looking more towards the Keppel side. Okay, Vivo City, and this part here you can see Marina South, right? You can see Marina South on the east facing, and also potentially look into the whole of East Coast, the ECP. Okay, and for this north facing, I'm coming from the Sentosa area, right? I'm taking this Google from Sentosa, so it's gonna be very prominent. Okay, and behind Newport is actually all the shop houses, the orangey roof. This is the one facing north. In this map itself, I show you the 3 MRT station nearest to us. Prince Edward, Tanjong Pagar, and also Cantonment. Of course, the nearest 3 minutes walk will be Prince Edward MRT station. Okay, so as much as I want to introduce these 3 whole new port residences to you, I just want to share before I end my webinar, nothing is more expensive than a missed opportunity. Now that you see a very iconic project coming up that is freehold, that you really don't have other freehold competitors, okay, surrounding you, I think you should seize this property, okay, visit our show flat, speak to our ERA agents. Okay, any question?
Hi, Zach. Thank you so much for the insightful sharing session. If any viewers have any questions regarding what's being shared, you can reach out to our trusted advisor, ERA, and they will be able to answer them. So thank you once again, Zach. And here on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, is the lucky draw QR code. Please scan it so you can join our draw, which will select a lucky winner at the end of the day, which he or she will walk away with 500 staycation voucher. And the voucher is for Fairmont Hotel. And time check right now is 2:57. And we'll continue our third session with Mr. Shen Jiaming, Senior Group Division Director at 3 p.m. And we'll see you there.
Finding a home has been about making a choice.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 2:58 right now, and we'll kickstart our third session for this afternoon. It will be with Mr. Shen Jiaming, Senior Group Division Director. Jiaming is a rising millionaire with ERA and is a coveted leader in project marketing, especially in integrated developments and central region. Here to speak more about integrated developments and why they command a premium, Jiaming will also focus on the reserve residences and share his expertise and views. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Group Division Director, Mr. Shen Jiaming.
Okay, thank you for the warm introduction. Trying to adjust my screen. And just want to have a sound check here. I guess there's actually quite a lot of people here. Can I actually have just to check if everyone can hear me loud and clear? Can you just type in the 1, please? 1. Can I have a 1 if everyone is? Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing my afternoon with me. And I'm going to give you this quick session. I would say try to be as quick and concise as possible about one of the most exciting launch that's going to come up in Singapore. Now, just give me a while. I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share. Okay, just to have a check, everyone can, if everyone can see my screen, can you type 2, please? 2, 2, 2. Okay, great, clear. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So now, I'm going to go into this very, very interesting showcase that we actually have, which is actually called the reserve residences. I believe a lot of a lot of you might have heard of this project before. It is actually one of the most sought after project in the Bukit Timah planning area. Now, actually, I have a lot of customers who actually are staying not around that area, who are also asking me about this project itself. And even then, some of my other customers who are actually some of the diehard freehold fans, right? They are also keen in this particular project. I'm sure you all must be interested to know why. So I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to share a little bit more with you. So now, what is actually an integrated development? Just want to share with you. There's actually no definition. There's actually no official definition of an integrated development. So let me just. There's no official definition of an integrated development, right? So, integrated development is actually a name actually spawned by a lot of the locals to have, because they actually see that, oh, you actually have a lot of things. You have the shopping mall, you have the condos, you have the MRT, some have bus interchange, all thrown in one, so they call it integrated development. Now, for some people in other countries, right, they call it transit-oriented development. So of course, if you have foreign friends, all right, they might find the word transit-oriented development a little bit more familiar, this term. Now, it is actually really based on what the market perceives, but I will share with you a bit more on what the market perceives on this development itself, on what is actually an integrated development. Now, for me, I actually like to perceive it through a few things called, number one is the zoning, okay, the URA zoning, the master plan zoning. You must have a good size mall. That's actually more important. And of course, transport nodes and other commercial functions. These are the things that I actually feel that you need to look at. Now, in terms of zoning wise, okay, these are the zonings if you go into your URA master plan. Right? If you go into a URA master plan, you actually see that you actually have a few different types of zonings, right? You have actually different users of the plots of land. So these are the color codes. So why do I actually look at the zoning? Because it is actually a very good determining factor if the property or if the subject project can have a good size commercial zone, right? Because you want to have a good size mall, right? Then you actually will call it a good integrated development. So mixed development. Okay, so I think in Singapore there are actually some developments which are actually called mixed developments, right? There are some which I think you don't be confused. There are some called mixed and some integrated. So I'm here to help you to understand what these tools are. Okay, now mixed developments are usually zone residential properties, okay, with commercial at the first story. And this is the color code that you actually see. Now, usually these are the ones, right, they actually have the condos on top. At the bottom, you only have one single story of commercial space. Right, these are the residential with commercial at first story. So in my opinion, okay, I will not really deem them as integrated developments. Now, integrated developments, from what I see as perceived by most people, are zone commercial properties and residential properties and upwards. Now, what I mean by upwards? You see the color codes here, right? The blue, the dark blue, and the white color. So commercial and residential, commercial and white. So these are the typical types of land zoning that actually have we have the integrated developments built on most of these type of land zonings. So usually integrated developments usually have more than one level of commercial, right, properties, excluding the childcare center. Right, some of the projects that you actually see now, I think some of my clients ask me, hey, but I see this one got shop at the bottom, but you say that it's only one level of commercial function. Second level, I see childcare, right? So does it count? But what URA has actually approved is for a lot of projects to actually have the childcare on the second story, but it is based on the residential with commercial at the first story. Right, this is the zoning part that I wanted to highlight to you. So let me give you some examples of mixed development projects, those with a first story zone as a commercial projects. Okay, so these are the few that I see in the market, and I've personally marketed some before. Now, Atra is actually in Red Hill. For those who are actually staying in District 3 near the Queenstown, Red Hill, Tiong Bahru, Atra is one of the latest projects to TOP there. It links directly to Red Hill MRT. Now, East Village is at Tanah Merah area. We have Bukit Timah Suite, which is actually very near to the Beauty World area. Alexis, this will be in Queenstown. Icon at Tanjong Pagar, Stars of Coven, Novena Regency, Longhouse. Just to name a few, these are mixed developments with first story zone as commercial. It will be the the kind of like a dark pink color type of commercial the title. Now, how about a good size mall? Now, no integrated project is without a good size mall. It's either you should have direct access or be linked to it. Now, these malls, right, should be non-strata titled mall. Right? What I mean by non-strata title? It must be owned by a single entity and wholly run and managed by them. So these are some of the usual mall operators that you actually see. You have like your Capital Land, Far East Organization, Frasers, Singapore Press Holdings, Maple Tree Land Lease, Star Hill. So you see these are your typical successful mall operators that actually operates in Singapore. However, some of these developments with a good size mall does not have a big enough transport node linked to it. Okay, this does not fall under integrated developments. So if you go to the URA master plan and you see that particular zoning is the light blue, then you tell me, hey, this one is light blue or the dark blue or the white side. All right, but it has a mall, then it has some shops on top. Okay, it does not. Okay, it does not fall under integrated developments. So these are the ones. These are some examples which I'll list now. Queensway Shopping Center. Of course, if you are around my age, right, you probably know Queensway Shopping Center very well because you always go there and buy sports shoes. I'm not too sure what they actually sell now, but I used to buy my sports shoe because can bargain in that a lot of the small shops there. Anchorage is one of them. Anchorage is just right opposite Queensway Shopping Center. La Quest, that's in Bukit Batok. Dairy Farm Residences, Helia, Junction 10, these are actually in further down in the Dairy Farm area, nearer to Bukit Panjang. Scott Square, that will be near to Orchard, Far East Plaza, International Plaza. So these do not fall under the integrated developments because most of these, this is actually not linked to a transport node, not linked to the MRT or not linked to like bus interchange. So integrated developments, all integrated developments are linked to the MRT station. Okay, so this is something that you can actually define an integrated development. All right, so all integrated developments are linked to an MRT station. Some of them are so near that it's just taking the lift right down and it is the MRT station already. So some of them have some LRTs, like for example, Helian Mall, Helian Residences, Helian Mall, that will be in Bukit Panjang. Some of you might know Compass Heights. Some of you might know what's that place called, Punggol. Okay, in Punggol, there's actually the Water Town. Okay, Water Town, some will have LRTs linked to it. Some integrated developments will also feature bus interchanges as well. So those integrated developments that actually feature the bus interchange are known as an integrated transport hub. So you have your bus interchange, you have the MRT station, right? So this will be called the integrated transport hubs. So this is an example. For those who recognize, this is in Yishun. This is North Park Residences. Very, very successful integrated development, which I will show you a little bit more data on this later. So what are the integrated developments with integrated transport hub? Sorry, I'm trying, it's quite a mouthful. Okay, integrated development with ITH. So these are the ones that you probably might have seen or experienced before. Now, Compass Heights, that would be in Sengkang. The Sentries, that will be Jurong West. Bedok Residences, that's actually in Bedok Central, linked to Bedok MRT. Helian, that would be Bukit Panjang MRT Station. Water Town, that would be Punggol. North Park Residences, this is in Yishun. Woodley Residences, the former Bidadari cemetery area. This has become the new Woodley Residences, plus a lot of the HDB BTOs. And Sengkang Grand Residences, this would be at Wang Kok MRT Station. Now, some integrated developments have other commercial functions as well. It's not just a shopping mall. So I'm going to share some of these with you. So some of these have offices and hotels. So they are usually these integrated developments with the offices and hotels are usually found in the city or near to the city. So these are the ones that you probably might have seen or heard before. Marina One Residences, the very, very popular plot of land that was actually traded off with the Malaysian government. for the rail line. Okay, Marina One residences and dual residences. Both these developments will have an office and also will have other commercial functions, okay, linked to your residences. South Beach residences as well, it has a hotel and of course some commercial functions as well. You have Warwick residences. Warwick would be in Tanjong Pagar, the Coco Tower. Okay, Warwick residences and Park Place. This would be the one that's technically furthest away from the city. That will be in Paya Lebar, but it's a very exciting development, which I personally have a lot of experience with. So Park Place residences, this will actually have your office and your mall and your residential functions in this development. So here's a list of the developments that actually is considered as an integrated development by most. Now, I'm not going to run through too much of this. I'm just going to share this with the ERA agents. Please, if you want to know this, please get from your respective ERA agent. So just want to highlight that for the reserve residences, some people are asking, oh, what is the mall size of the reserve residences? Now, reserve residences, the mall size will be nearer to about 220,000 square feet. So if you look from this list, if you look at Bedok residences, that would actually be a good indication of how big the mall size would be for the reserve residences. All right. Now, so you probably ask, so why do we want to look into buying or investing into an integrated development with an integrated transport hub? Because reserve residences is actually integrated development with an integrated transport hub. So I'm going to feature a little bit more data for you. Now, I'm trying not to make this too dry. I'm trying to hype up this whole thing as much as possible so that y'all don't fall asleep, hopefully. So, but number one point that I want to bring across to you, now, integrated developments, okay, is a rarity, right? Before you think of anything else, all right, think rarity. Now, why do people like to buy, say, for example, landed property? Because landed property is rare, right? Landed properties are rare commodities because there's limited land, right? The government is not going to really release too many landed property plots for people to buy. Okay, and those are freehold in a 999, all right, they would actually be very rare. So rarity. Now, according to Singapore statistics, singstats.gov.sg, there are a total of 306,512 private properties in Singapore. This is the total number of private property titles in Singapore. Now, there are a total of 8,944 integrated developments as of today. Okay, which equates to 2.9% of the total stock. So the whole Singapore, if you actually take your integrated developments and you calculate every single unit, right, it's 2.9% of the total 306,512. Now, how about the integrated developments with the integrated transport hub? Okay, so there are only 5,536 integrated developments with an integrated transport hub, which equates to 1.8% of the total private stock. So, ladies and gentlemen, 1.8%, you only have 1.8% of the whole Singapore property that is linked to an integrated transport hub. Okay, so I think that's rare. That's really very rare. And considering that you're going to have so much more other government land sales coming up, okay, this figure is going to go even lower in future. Right, so imagine you are actually one of the 1.8%. I think that's quite a nice thought, huh? Now, so how do they fare against other properties? I think this is a very interesting question because since I handled my first integrated project long time ago, and that was in Marina One, a lot of my clients have been asking me, so how, why is this better? Why do you want to buy integrated? Why should I not buy other properties? Why should I look at this? So let's look at some data I have actually collated for you. Now, I'm going to use the comparison approach I'm going to use is going to be integrated developments with integrated transport hubs. I'm going to be comparing the sale versus two nearby projects. Okay, the two nearby projects would be newer in age because we know if you want to take the best to fight, you need to fight the newer ones. And they are nearer to the MRT stations. Okay, so there are two nearby projects. They're newer in age, and they're near the MRT station. I'm going to take the sale from Q1 2017 to 2023 Q1, as much data as I can find. All right, I'm going to show you this. Now, I'm also going to show you rental. Why does rental, would be sensible? The comparison will be with the average of the planning area. Now, while a lot of you might have heard of district, right? You go by district. A lot of actually people talk about district. For me, when I compare, I like to talk about the planning area. Now, because I find that it's more relevant, so I'm going to show you more later. Okay. Now, first of all, I'm going to show you Helian Residences. So Helian Residences in blue color line, you can see the blue color line, and the tannery is literally opposite Helian Residences, and the Helia, it's not that near, but it's still within the same planning area towards the Hillview side. That one would be nearer to Hillview, okay, the Helia. All right, so these are the three that I compare because I feel that they're newer and they're more relevant. So for the tannery, which is opposite Helian Residences, over 2017 Q1 to 2023 Q1, prices went up by 7.7%. Whereas the Helia, which is actually nearer to Hillview MRT station and near to the mall, okay, it went up by 17.72% over 2017 Q1 to 2023 Q1. And lastly, Helian Residences, 19.72%. Now, I just want to highlight, I forgot to highlight to you why I'm using 2017 Q1, because 2017 Q1 was actually the start of the increment of prices. If you remember, Singapore prices was actually facing a slight downward trend from 2001 end of 13, mid of 13 to end of 16. So 2017 was the timing that they actually started to go up. So that's the reason why I'm using these 6 years to give you an example. So this is for Helian Residences. Prices went up by 19.2, it outgrew the other two. But of course, for rental wise, the whole entire Bukit Panjang planning area, all right, went up by what is approximately now $4.24, okay, as of Q1 2023. But for Helian Residences is $5.27 per square foot. All right, Helian Residences $5.27 per square foot, and hence it represents a 24.29% more in rental pricing. Okay, in PSF, okay, rental pricing. Okay, Helian Residences more than Bukit Panjang planning area. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the next one, Bedok Residences. Now, Bedok Residences, for those who are actually familiar with the area, some of the data there looks a bit off because we have some developments that didn't do that well. But I'm going to share with you those that actually did well. So the first one that went up is, okay, I realized I don't have a name there. Sorry, the Glades. Okay, the green one is the Glades. The Glades is at Tanah Merah MRT station. So the Glades is not it's quite a recent project. It's not too old. It's TOP in about 2016-17, I believe. And the Glades went up by 8.19% over the last 6 years. So the next one is Grandeur Park Residences. Now, Grandeur Park Residences was one of the most successful projects in that area. It went up by 26.14% over 6 years. Now, Grandeur Park Residences also features a TOP effect. We call it TOP effect because usually a project, the price increase a lot during the TOP. So we see Grandeur Park Residences enjoying the TOP effect because I think they took their keys last year or the year before. I think that was about the period. So hence, that's why Grandeur Park Residences, you actually have a lot of price increment. So versus Bedok Residences is actually the older property around here. It went up by 18.53% over the past 6 years. Now, granted, although it's competing with Grandeur Park, it's not as high as Grandeur Park, but Bedok Residences is the oldest out of these three, and it actually outdid more modern projects such as the Glades. So hence, that's why Bedok Residences is one of the most popular sort of the projects around there. Now, of course, for rental wise, the whole Bedok planning area is $4.48. That's on the average in terms of rental PSF. but Bedok Residences is at $5.50, approximately $1 more. So that represents 22.76% more, okay, in terms of the pricing for rental. Right, I'm going to move on to the next one. Now, this is very, very interesting. Now, the Centuries is the oldest comparison I'm going to use here. So you can see that there's 3 lines here, and Centuries is actually the lower priced one. So the yellow color, sorry, Lakeview. I'm going to use Lakeview. Lakeview is actually 1 stop away from Centuries at Lakeside MRT station. It's not too far. I think it's about 5 minutes walk to the MRT station. So Lakeview, over the course of 6 years, it went up by 31.05%. Very phenomenal. The prices went up by a lot. Lake Grande, also near to Lakeside MRT, it went up by 25.75% over the last 6 years. Now, these two are considerably newer projects that TOP not too long ago. But if you compare to Centuries, which is at Jurong Point, right? Centuries at Jurong Point, which is an integrated development, one of the biggest one in Singapore. Prices went up by 41.32% despite it being the oldest project in this comparison. So ladies and gentlemen, you can actually tell that integrated developments, although they are old, all right, they hold a lot of value, a lot of demand, and a lot of people want to be in the integrated development. And that's why for Centuries, although it's old, you don't get so modern features such as other projects, it went up by the most. All right, now how about the rental? Let's look at the rental. So rental of the Jurong West, Jurong West planning area, it's about $4.20 in Q1 2023. It hasn't ended, Q1 hasn't ended, but it's $4.20. Now for the Centuries, okay, it's $4.69 and going up further, going up more, because recently with the opening of a lot of countries, we actually see Jurong West area being very, very popular. It's representing 11.66% more. All right, it's actually phenomenal that such an old condo actually commands much more than a lot of the new developments around the area. So I'm going to move to the next one, Watertown. Now, Watertown, this is in Punggol. This is in Punggol. So for those who are staying in District 19 Punggol MRT, you will actually be passing by Watertown almost every day if you take the MRT or you take the bus, because this one has the integrated transport hub. So now the first one that I'm going to put is the Treasure Trove. Now Treasure Trove, which is literally right across Watertown, was launched in 2010. I think it's 10. So it is actually one of the bigger developments around the area. So that development went up by 33.63%. Okay, it's quite phenomenal. That's quite a lot, okay, for a Treasure Trove. Now, Park Central, just slightly further down from a Treasure Trove, you have Park Central, also a very modern project. It went up by 35.76%. Right, these two. Now, for Watertown, in terms of the price increment, it went up by 28.61%. Now, of course, some of you might be, oh, yeah, this one never go up, never win the other two. So why is the comparison even here? But ladies and gentlemen, maybe let me highlight. I think this is how I see it. Watertown, out of the 3 developments, Watertown features the biggest unit sizes. So of course, for some of you who might be familiar, if you are looking at properties who are in the outskirts, the bigger, the very big unit types, okay, that means if you have like a typical 1-bedroom at 500-600 square feet, your 2 bedrooms at 800-900 square feet, your 3 bedrooms at 1,000-2,300 square feet, typically your PS, the growth, okay, might be a little bit more slower, might, not all, might, but of course, when they saw a Treasure Trove and Park Central, they actually did the size smaller. So probably now I think Watertown is doing catch up. But I want to show you this very, very, very interesting data on the rental. If you look at this, Punggol planning area is $4.22, okay, for the rental. That's on the average in Q1 2023. Watertown is at $6.47. It is one of the highest record in this entire chart here, which represents 53.3. Ladies and gentlemen, I think if you're going to pay 28% more in pricing, okay, but to enjoy 53% more in rental, I think it's worth it. Okay, if you haven't seen Watertown, it's a really great development. Okay, it's also done by Far East. Go take a look at this very, very beautiful project. Now, lastly, I'm going to go into this North Park Residences. This would be in Yishun MRT station, North Point, right? So North Point was very memorable to me because it was the first, okay, Yishun 10. I remember Yishun 10 cinemas there. That was where I actually went to catch a lot of shows when I was young. I stayed in the west side. I still travel all the way to Yishun to watch movies, right? Because it was the first one with 10 cinemas. So North Park Residences, I'm comparing with Canberra Residences and the Nautica. This would be two MRT stops down. These are the ones that are fairly near to the MRT station. So what are the price comparison? So now in the Canberra Residences, from 2017 quarter one to 2023 quarter one, it went up by 25.54%. Of course, the Nautica did better. It went up by 30.1% over 6 years. But North Park Residences, when it was being launched in 2014, I believe it was 14, okay, prices was about 1,004, 1,003, 1,004 PSF. And I believe a lot of people are saying that, no, you must be crazy to buy Yishun at 1,004 PSF. But ladies and gentlemen, look at what happened to the prices. It went up by the most 35.7% more. Okay, it outdid every single one there. North Park Residences. In fact, if you look at it, North Park Residences, Yishun is going to, I believe it has crossed more than 2,000 PSF recently. Okay, so for those naysayers about Yishun, all right, this is what you get. Integrated development, more than 2,000 PSF in Yishun. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, North Park Residences for you. Let's look at the rental. So rental-wise, in the whole Yishun planning area, it's about $4. It's $4.43 as of last week. Okay, because I did my data as of this week. As of this week, $4.43. And North Park Residences, $6.04. It's actually quite close to your Watertown. It represents 36.34% more in terms of rental. So ladies and gentlemen, integrated developments, this is the demand. All right, it goes up by it trends up much more, not just in terms of the resale pricing, but also in rental. And hence that's why, okay, you should really look into this very interesting class of a project. So comparison summary, we've just done in sale. Integrated developments typically outperform their nearby projects in price growth. Not all, but typically, even with an older project such as Centuries, the allure and attributes of the integrated transport hub surpasses a lot of newer projects in popularity, and hence the price retention and growth. Okay, so I think you are quite clear. So now I'm just going to pause and see if anyone has any questions, because we do have a lot of so we have a question here. I'm just going to quickly, the integrated reserve residential integrated development sounds super appealing, but it also be too complex to be en bloc down the road, especially for the now. I think to answer this question quickly, Elizabeth, so you actually have am I looking to Elizabeth? You are is this okay? So Elizabeth actually asked this question. Reserve residences is integrated development, but it will be too complex to be en bloc. Okay, I think we are talking about en bloc because it's for 99 years. I agree, for integrated developments, it's really difficult. It's not easy to en bloc, but let's put it this way, because you're enjoying a higher rental yield, right? You're enjoying a higher rental yield, okay, over, let's say en bloc is in 30 years. Let's just say en bloc 30 years, all right? For 30 years, let's say you're enjoying a higher rental yield than everyone else. Okay, your price growth is much higher than everyone else. You probably have exit, or you have actually got back your worth in terms of your rental returns. And hence, there is a balance to this. But I believe that a lot of people who are looking to buy this is not waiting to en bloc, but rather to enjoy the integrated development. Okay, I hope I answered your question. So I'm going to move on to the next one. Oh yeah, rental prices of an integrated development is always higher than the average of its planning area. Always, this is definitely the case for all integrated developments. And the margins, okay, the margins for the between 11.66% to 53.32% as shown inside. So for ladies and gentlemen, if you are invited by your agent and you want to get these data, no worries. I'll actually send out the slides to them and you can actually share them. They can actually share them with you. All right. So now, moving on. Okay, I've talked about integrated developments, but I want to focus a little bit more on the Bukit Timah planning area. So Bukit Timah planning area, I hold a lot of, I think it's very dear to my heart, this whole area, because a big part of my career was spent actually doing in houses and properties in these locations. All right, so this whole Bukit Timah planning area, as I mentioned, I prefer not to go into district, because Bukit Timah planning area consists actually of District 21, District 10, District 11. Okay, there's actually a few districts within Bukit Timah planning area. Right, but it's actually on it's on the one on the left side of the west side, okay, of the whole entire map itself. So now, for the Bukit Timah planning area, why I like to actually I did a consumer seminar 2 years back on highlighting on defensive location, because during COVID, a lot of people were a bit concerned, hey, I buy property, will I lose money or not? So hence, that's why I did actually this defensive location talk on many different areas in Singapore. But one of them I did was in Bukit Timah. So true to what I expected, let me just show you, okay, what is actually the data located in here. Now, what is my defensive location? Now, in Singapore, we actually have ups and downs, right? We have recessions, we have bad times, we have good times, we have bad times. All right, so what we want to do, what we want for a property, I think for a lot of us, is to hold in they want it to be stable. We want it to be stable. We don't want to go too much up, downs, and then after that we have to panic, okay, that our prices go down, my property, how? No, I'm very scared. So this is what I'm going to show you, what happened during the prices of the Bukit Timah planning area versus the whole Singapore. Now, if you look at the blue color line, you look at the blue, you look at the green color line. So the green color line here, okay, is all of Singapore, okay, all of Singapore, all the planning areas all roll into one. This is the planning area. This is actually the data for all of Singapore. And if you look at the blue color, okay, you look at the blue color, let me just get my pen. Okay, never mind. So if you look at the blue color, okay, the blue color represents your Bukit Timah planning area. Okay, so I'm going to show you what happened during the last true recession, right? So now the first recession, right? If you, sorry, I know it's a bit small, I'm going to click once. Now, if you look at the green color portion there, the green color portion, minus 11.09%. All right. During the financial crisis, okay, the prices went down by 11.09%. Okay, that's the whole Singapore from 2007 when the crisis started to happen, all the way down to 2008, prices went down by 11.09%. But in Bukit Timah planning area, which is the ones that I show you, prices went down only by 1.11% over 1 year. So that is really, really fantastic. You are looking at it being very, very defensive. You buy, you don't really go down that much. Okay. Now, later on, we have our next recession, which was termed as one of the worst recession after the Great Depression. I remember this was the headlines of COVID, right? COVID happened, the worst recession after the Great Depression. Whole Singapore went down by 3.15%. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But in Bukit Timah planning area, it went up by 6.47% over 1 year. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's good enough data to kind of prove to you that in the whole entire Singapore, okay, versus Bukit Timah planning area, Bukit Timah planning area is a very, very defensive location where when prices actually dip, okay, it held on steady or went up, okay, even more than the rest. Okay. Now, other things about this whole Bukit Timah planning area, of course, now it's not, I'm not saying, no, ACS is not moving into Bukit Timah planning area. I'm just sharing the news with you that this was actually the recent RAW, and there was actually this joke about it. Now, instead of the best is yet to be, now there's a joke, is the West is yet to be. So ACS has actually moved to your Tengah area, which is near to the ECs that was just launched recently, Copen Grand. So congrats to all the buyers who have actually made the purchase in that location. I believe that you should be looking at a very decent profit in a near time. So prices of Tengah homes near to ACS Primary could actually rise by 10 to 15%. That's what the property analyst says. So what I'm trying to imply is there's a demand of good schools. Okay, now this is actually, I did a talk on this. I had a lot of data, but I'm just going to quickly just show you this news article. So quoting some of the analysts, what they say, in Singapore, many parents go to great lengths to secure a place in a good school by renting or paying top dollar for a nearby property. Right? I believe parents, right? You know, I'm a parent, I know, okay, because this is what I did for my son. And I want him to go to a good school, so I will go all lengths to, you know, get into a good area. Now, prices of the ACS Barker, okay, was 2116 PSF, about 18% higher than the median resale price in District 11 in 2022, 18% higher. Now, of course, I know some people are going to say, but going to move already, that area. But don't worry, they will have the other ACS filling up the spot there. So you still have a good schools there, right? Don't worry. Now, in reserve residences, this area, in Bukit Timah area, we have two good schools, right? I believe MGS, no one would refute that it's a good school. I remember it's very difficult for a lot of kids to want to go into MGS. I have parents who want to buy near to the area for MGS. And of course, Pei Hwa is even nearer, Pei Hwa Presbyterian. This is just literally opposite the reserve residences, right? It's actually very, very near to this development itself. So we actually have two, not one, but two extremely good schools that is within 1 kilometer. In fact, one is 300 meters away from that location. Now, of course, I'm going to move a little bit faster so that I can actually hand it over to my next speaker. So I think one very important thing you all probably heard from a lot of agents and from a lot of project sites is that we have a lot of government land sale. You have a lot of sites that is going to be launched, and you're going to have a lot of plots of land to bring up the prices. I totally agree. You're not wrong. Okay, but if you're talking about future land plots of land, let me show you how many are there. First of all, we have the smallest plot in this area, which is the Pine Grove. The Pine Grove area is about 5 hectares. You probably have seen the Pine Grove site called Pine Tree Hill. I think Pine Tree Hill, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to recall the name. And we have another plot B that's going to come up in the Pine Grove area. That's actually about 5 hectares of land in the area that's going to launch. And of course, the next one that's going to come up, your Holland Plain, has been talking for the longest time. It's right behind your MGS, opposite your GCBs. All right, Holland Plain, they're going to release a lot of land, 34 hectares of land there. But the biggie of this whole thing is your Turf City, which is going to be 140 hectares of land in that area. Now, 140 hectares is 200 football fields, ladies and gentlemen. 200 football fields of land going to be released there for development, and that includes largely residential projects that's going to be there. All right, so, well, like you're not, land prices are not going to go cheaper. All right, so you can actually expect the prices to go higher. Now, I'm going to cover a little bit more about the draft master plan and a little bit more of the project so that we can actually end in time. So, of course, a master plan, being able to understand the master plan, okay, is like crystallizing your future in the real estate. So, if you know how to read the master plan, okay, know and understand, if you can see, if you consult some relevant experts well, okay, you will probably see that why some places won't make money. Okay, so of course, we want to tell you a little bit more about Beauty World. I believe some of you here may not know Beauty World. Some of you here might be from the East. I know we have some East Side fans there. Okay, but well, coming from the West and of course staying in near to Holland Village my whole life. Okay, let's talk about the West now, shall we? So Beauty World, okay, before the 70s, it's a sleepy old town. It's actually a very congested place where you actually have your makeshift stores all around, okay, which is actually quite a fire hazard last time. So the government decided, okay, to redo the whole new Beauty World. So a new Beauty World was the Beauty World Center was rebuilt. Okay, and now this is the one that is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 story with the very, very delicious hawker center upstairs. right? Lots of nice massage and some, we actually, I think we have the Sing Shong there, right? I think Giant or Sing Shong, can't remember, Sing Shong, okay? No, Giant, actually at the basement. So this is actually the Beauty World Center. So the transformation from the old to new beauty world, if you look at the whole transformation from 1947 to 1984, your market was up, the beauty world town up to 84. Okay, and of course the Beauty World Plaza, World Center, and then the MRT station. This is the recent most biggest transformation around the area, which is the MRT station. So MRT was first announced in 2001, and of course, when the downtown line was up in, I remember it started running in 2017, the prices of the properties around there flew. Okay, it flew, really went up by a lot. Those who were staying near to the downtown line, prices went up by a lot. And of course, other things that you actually will expect in the whole entire Bukit Timah area, which was one of the more iconic, the railway land was traded from Malaysia to Singapore in 2011. So of course, NParks and URA have commenced or completed the work for the 24-kilometer rail corridor. Okay, and now I think you can actually walk through this all the way down to Tanjong Pagar, which is the railway. So changes in the master plan, you realize that on the left, you actually have more zonings that were actually meant for other users. But after 2019, more of the zoning were used actually for a mixed development use. All right, so this is the zoning. So hints on this, you see more blue color ones is actually good. Okay, from other color to blue, very good. Why? Because more commercial functions going to happen. Commercial functions are deemed exciting. Exciting means good for prices. Okay, so very straightforward. So these are 5 of the changes that actually I'm going to run through quite fast. First change was the Beauty World area. So if you look at this, this is the map of the whole entire Beauty World transformation. And this is the reserve residences that is actually right beside the main road. And there will be other future private developments around the area, which I will cover a bit more later. Okay. So this is actually the nature reserve that you're looking at. So you're actually quite near to the nature reserves. This is one thing that I really love. And of course, upcoming future community buildings as well. So of course, I'm going to go on the next one. Not going to dwell too much onto that one. So the next one that we're going to talk about is actually the whole Bukit Timah rail green corridor. Okay, so the green corridor links you all the way down 24 kilometers down to the Rochor, to the Bukit Timah Rochor Green Walk. So it will actually have a very, very nice path for you to commute down all the way to the city center, whether you run or you cycle all the way down. The Bukit Timah Railway Station, a very iconic few blocks around the Bukit Timah Railway Station. This is actually at the junction of your Bukit Batok Road and your Upper Bukit Timah Road. So this whole railway station is actually a conserved location. You see the colorful blocks over here. They're going to conserve this and they're going to actually open it up and have transformation to become a nice new visitor area. And of course, the community building, in my opinion, this is one of the most exciting. Now, right opposite the reserve residences, you actually have your future community center. Okay, this is where the hawker center is currently residing now. So the hawker center is going to go. So for those who are going to miss the satay bee hoon, the chom chom fine spice, and you're going to miss the duck rice, duck noodle, lots of things, it's going to this hawker center is going to relocate over to your Chong Chin Nam car park, which is just right opposite. But they are going to build this whole entire community building, which is going to house the market and the hawker center as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have the reserve residences having a sheltered walkway that will link you to this future community building. Right? Isn't that a great thing? Right. So some more news about this. So you're going to have the community club, market, hawker center, indoor sports hall, community library, and an elderly facility in this whole entire building, which is going to take over the current hawker center space. And of course, just now I talked about the land areas that's going to be released. So I'm not going to dwell too much into this. So maybe just to share some exit strategies of this whole project, because some people ask me, oh, so today I buy already, huh? So next time I'm going to sell to who? So for me, I'm an avid advocate of selling a project, buying projects that are near to BTOs, okay? Because BTOs are your largest supply of wealth or people with money to come and buy from you next time, right? Because as you know, BTOs now, they are not cheap, all right? They're not cheap, but they still command quite a good profit when you sell them at MOP. Okay, now there's actually, after my segment, okay, the next talk about Lentor Hills, all right, the next speaker, Joel, is going to highlight on this portion in terms of like BTO exits, all right? So you should probably stay behind and listen to her. But of course, what I'm trying to imply is in the whole entire the Dover area, okay, these are actually the houses, okay, houses of the BTOs, okay, they actually started from, okay, and then after that, the transacted prices of the BTOs, typically you're talking about near to your Ghim Moh Link area, you're talking about BTOs in near to your near to a Holland area, or even near to your, even down to Bukit Panjang. There's so many BTOs, okay, a lot of them have crossed over $1 million. Not going to go too much into details. Please let your agent know if you want to know more of this information. So now, of course, the next exit strategy, remember, more blue color is good. So right opposite that plot of land beside the MRT station, which is going to be the current hawker, the new hawker area, the new hawker center, the makeshift hawker area. Okay, that area is going to have another mixed development. We're not too sure what's going to happen. Okay, so this is actually the location itself. So, okay, now I'm going to go quickly a little bit into the reserve residences. We don't have much information as of now. We have actually some bits and pieces of information that the developer has given us. So I'm going to just share quickly with you. Now, of course, the reserve residences is the heart of Bukit Timah. In fact, they're going to call this, the whole area, the Bukit Timah Village. All right, this will be the biggest commercial function in the whole entire Bukit Timah planning area. So it is actually a very sought after integrated residential development, okay, where you have homes, service of residences, shops, F&B, linkage to your bus interchanges and MRT stations. So it has a good unit mix ranging from 1 to 5 bedrooms and penthouses. You have over 60 facilities span over level 4, 6, 12, 17, and level 33. So it has excellent connectivity, which I mentioned just now. And it's just minutes walk to a lot of nature reserve, okay, which is something that I think a lot of people want. And there was once I actually shared with people about the fresh air, about the area. Well, it's actually air is fresher there definitely because of the nature reserve. So of course, nature reserves, the unique selling points about this reserve residences. We also have the schools, as I mentioned. It's not just the primary schools. You actually have the international schools. You have the secondary schools. You have the tertiary institutions as well. Near to expressways, okay, the proximity to CBD and major expressways. CBD is of course your Orchard Road, and if you take a train down, you will hit your Marina Bay Financial Center and your major expressways. And of course, it's one stop down to your future Cross Island Line, which is at King Albert Park. It will cross you down over to Clementi side and the Jurong side, which is actually the Jurong Lake District story. So of course, some proximity to the nature reserves, schools, not going to go too much into this. This is all the food. We actually had an endless discussion about what to eat there when we were actually having our meeting. In the end, we had to come back to reality that we're actually working. We're not going to eat too much. Okay. And of course, reserve residences, I think the design vision given by the development is to transform, is to not just to build a project or a condo there, is to transform the whole entire area. Okay, so 1 to 5 bedrooms, it has everyone will have a suitable space. So the design consultants is actually by WOHA. So these are some of the developments done by WOHA. And some of the other things that I shall not bore you with. So facilities, these are the facilities. I'll give a quick, a few seconds to glance through on the facilities. Now, let's quickly go through this. Now, this is actually the rough site plan that actually the developer has given to us. Now, I just want to highlight here. Now, if you look at this whole entire plan, now on this left side where my mouse is going up and down, this is the Upper Bukit Timah Road. And over on this side, this is the Jalan Anak Bukit. And over this side is the expressway. Now, note that none of the units will be facing towards the noisy facings. Okay, this is what the developer has briefed us. So even if you have any facings, it will be the kitchen, right? None will be facing. But rather, if you look at it, every single unit would have a good facing because everything around there is fairly low rise. So you will have a nice low rise outside facing or a beautiful facility facing. So the green color ones, okay, sorry, the brown color one are the typical units, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms strewn across the whole entire area. These are called the reserve residences. Now, this is the name, okay? You have the name of the type of units. Now, the light green, which is the creek side, which is on the right side here, these are your low-rise ones. Everything would be facing inwards, right? Never facing outwards, because outwards will be noisy, inwards not noisy. Horizon, this will all be on the higher floors. Okay, horizon units, this will be on the higher floors. And if you see those that is labeled as the treetops, this will be your top range of the developments, or on the higher floors of the development. This will all be all the higher floors of the development. So this is the rough site plan that we actually can manage to get. More to be released in due time. So this is the unit mix. I believe you can actually have your agents sharing this with you. So I'm not going to go through too much. So total 732 residential units. And this will be the other features. Okay, so this will be some information that is on the shopping mall as well. Okay, so total 4 stories of a shopping mall. So retail mix will be supermarket, clinics, F&B, shops, education center, childcare centers. Okay, it will be run by Far East Mall, and it will have direct access to all, okay, your MRT station and bus interchange. And lastly, the developer, which is actually Sino Group and Far East Organization. All right. I've come to the end of my sharing, so I'll be taking a few quick questions if you have.
Hi, thank you, Jiamin, for the insightful sharing session.
Yeah.
We do have a question from the ground.
Sure.
That would be, what will be buyer or tenant profile?
Oh, what will be buyer and tenant profile, is it?
Yes.
Okay, now I think for the buyers, okay, from my experience in handling projects nearby there, because recently we did finish selling a project called Foret at Bukit Timah. Okay, a lot of buyers there were families, right? Families who actually wanted to have their kids go to the schools. So that's actually for the medium-sized units. But we see a trend of young people, especially from the affluent families. Okay, they want to stay in such exciting places because driving a car is not exactly viable for them. I believe that you will actually have this because it will link you down directly to the MRT station. Okay, now Benjamin asked the question, 1 km of MGS. Now, subjected to confirmation from MOE, but if you look at the one map, it is within 1 kilometer of MGS. If you look at one map, it's clearly within 1 kilometer. Now, estimated price, we don't know yet. There's no guide price, but if you ask me, at current comparison of prices, at nearby Bukit Panjang area, when it's sold for 2,000 plus PSF, I would think that even at 2007, 2008, okay, it would be a value buy because integrated developments, although you buy high, you will rent much higher and you sell much higher. Okay, hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you
questions?
so much,
Yeah.
Jiamin.
Yeah.
I do have another question as well.
Sure.
With most of the properties around here being freehold,
yeah,
how does this compare to them, and will the prices not grow as much as them?
Okay, I'm going to share just a quick story with you guys, which I actually transact a unit in 4th Avenue Residences during launch. So there was this buyer who brought his 2 daughters down to the launch of 4th Avenue Residences. I think y'all should know it's actually beside 6th Avenue MRT. So buyer was telling me that, oh, with this price, I'd rather buy a freehold development in Duchess area. Okay, I'm not going to go into the details of that one. Okay, which is about almost 15 minutes walk, 13 to 15 minutes walk from Tan Kah Kee MRT. Okay, so I told him this, Mr. Buyer, okay, it's although 4th Avenue is not cheap, and the one that you talk about is actually quite a good development. But let me ask you a very important questions. Are your daughters pretty or not? The buyer was like stunned, like, huh? What do you mean? I think he was thinking I'm a creep. I asked him this question, are your daughters pretty or not? So I asked him this, your daughters are 8 and about 10 years old. Few years down the road, they'll become teenagers, pretty teenagers. They're going to go out, they're going to run around, they're going to go out with their friends, and then one day they're going to tell you, I'm going to come back home at 11:30 p.m. tonight. I'm going to take MRT home. I'm going to walk back in. How will you feel? So the client was like, but today, Mr. Client, if you buy 4th Avenue residences, okay, and if your daughter tell you, I'm coming back at 11:30 p.m. tonight, okay, how will you feel? So I asked him these 2 questions. So in the end, he bought 4th Avenue residences because for the children, right? So what I'm trying to imply here is 4th Avenue residence is 99 years, okay, but it has the function and demand. So any property, okay, whether it's leasehold or freehold, so as long it has demand, prices will go up. If there's no demand, prices will not go up. It's as simple as that. But ladies and gentlemen, I have just showed you the data of all the integrated developments versus the non-integrated developments, the data. I'm sure by now you are very confident of the reserve residences on whether this will be a good buy or not. All right, hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, Jiaming. And
okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for the session. And here on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is our QR code. Once again, and scan it to enter our draw. So you can walk away with $500 staycation voucher by the end of the day. And we have a lucky winner that will be selected. And the prize would be none other than the Fairmont Hotel. Time check right now, it's 3:57. And we'll continue with our final session of the day, this showcase with Ms. Joelle Chiu, Senior Group Division Director at 4 p.m. And we'll see you.
Do you want a natural or urban environment? A serene or a central location? Close to business or close to leisure? Ideally, it's a place to get away from it all, yet still remain in close proximity to city. Here, everything is just across the road, or right around the corner, and it abounds with convenience. Amidst the serenity of nature, with the up-and-coming redevelopment of Greater Southern Waterfront. This is Terra Hill. Across and above terrain, you will always see it all. The Greater Southern Waterfront, which extends from Marina East to Pasir Panjang, comprises over 2,000 hectares of prime waterfront land that's to be transformed into a new major center for urban living along Singapore's southern coast. Terra Hill overlooks it all, sown with opportunities. Directly across the road is a horizon of hyper-change, which includes Sentosa Brani Island, Keppel Club redevelopment, Pasir Panjang Power District, and Pasir Panjang Terminal, envisaged to be a gateway to a live, work and play lifestyle at 6 times the size of Marina Bay. An exciting waterfront park in Brani Island, adjoining Sentosa's rejuvenation, will be a welcome injection of excitement into the precinct. As one of the first redevelopments in the Greater Southern Waterfront, with over 9,000 residential units, the Keppel Club redevelopment is set to transform the southern coast. Pasir Panjang Power District, with the potential to be repurposed into a vibrant mixed-use development, is characterized by its unique industrial heritage and waterfront location. By 2027, PSA's city terminals at Tanjong Pagar, Keppel and Brani will move to Tuas, with Pasir Panjang Terminal set to join them by 2040, releasing a huge stretch of prime waterfront land for development. Surrounding Terra Hill are game-changing business districts with companies at the cutting edge of technology. Maple Tree Business City, One North, Gilman Barracks, Science Park and the CBD hosts some of the most prominent businesses and industries in the world, all of which are seamlessly within reach. Pasir Panjang MRT station, just 350 meters away from Terra Hill, makes traveling simple and fuss-free. 3 additional Circle Line MRT stations, Keppel, Cantonment, and Prince Edward Road, will be coming up to close the loop between Harbourfront and Marina Bay. Don't take the MRT? Drive out of the neighbourhood, entering directly into either of 2 major expressways, the West Coast Highway or Ayer Rajah Expressway, taking you across the entire island. With a new road from South Buona Vista Road to Portsdown Avenue, both expressways connect to each other, contributing further to the ease of movement from the district. Amidst a natural landscape, Terra Hill enjoys a rare combination of both convenience and serenity. 4 new parks: Alexandra Nature Park, Balaya Creek Nature Park, Park at Keppel Club, and Park at King's Dock, have been announced to connect Pasir Panjang to West Coast parks, forming a continuous garden network to unwind in at the end of a busy day. This supplements what Terra Hill itself already offers, being embraced by the greenery of Kent Ridge Park, Labrador Nature Reserve, and the Southern Ridges. A freehold hillside home amidst great transformation and tranquility, next to the greater southern waterfront. This is Terra Hill.
Do you know that there will be an upcoming iconic integrated development?
Welcome back, everyone. It's 4 p.m. and it's time for our final session of ERA New Launch Showcase. And now to take us through this session, we have Joelle Chu, Senior Group Division Director. With 16 years of experience under Joelle's belt, she specializes in residential properties mainly in the northwest and prime areas of Singapore. Joelle believes that the pinnacle of customers' engagement is genuine service. This means taking time to ask and listen to her clients' unique perspective, embracing diversity, and striving to understand their needs. Here to discuss whether you should upgrade or how to ascertain if you can afford to do so, with special insights into rental, use, residences, please join me in welcoming our final speakers for ERA New Launch Showcase. Senior Group Division Director, Ms. Joelle Chu.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. If you just do a mic test, yeah, if you can hear me clearly, do you mind to just type hi in the chat for me? Okay, hi. Okay, so just before I start, just a disclaimer. This presentation is for general information purposes only and should not be distributed without ERA's prior permission. Okay, it's not tailored to any specific individual's investment objectives or needs and should not be used as advice for investment, legal, or taxation matters. Okay, so if you have any queries, just reach out to your trusted ERA advisor. Okay, so this something a little bit about myself. I'm Joelle, and this is my family. Okay, being a practitioner, consumer, as well as parent, I think that is very important for us to stay grounded in this industry. As you know, real estate is actually a very dynamic industry. So we need to be really on the ground to be able to have the most updated information and data. So not only still continue involved in sales, I'm leading a team of over 90 real estate salesperson, and as well as being a trainer to give back to the company and give back to my group as well. Okay, so I would like to ask everybody one question. Okay, very important question, and probably also why you are here today, right? So what is the #1 reason for a property to make money? Okay, come, let's contribute. Let's share your points, your views in the chat. What do you think is the number one reason for a property to make money? Yes, okay. Wow. We have demand, and demand. Yeah, long-term capital appreciation. Wow, we have a lot of demand. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm going to touch on. Okay, so it's really all about demand. You know, I always tell my agent that cheap doesn't mean you will make money. Expensive doesn't mean you won't make money. It really boils down to whether this property or this product, if there is any demand. When you have demand, generally the price will go up. So let us look at the context of what creates demand in today's topic. All right. So in my opinion, all right, I feel that number one reason to create demand is happy living. Since we are talking about property, right? Other than just investment angle, I think majority of people who buy property is really, you need to live there. Okay, you need to have a roof overhead. That's right. So you need to be happy staying in this development. People want to feel that, oh, if I move into this property, if I buy this property and stay here, I will be very happy. Okay, so that what do you think will make you happy? What are the considerations that will make you feel that this is a good living, you know, this is a property that is good to stay in and I'll be happy staying in? Jennifer, thank you so much. Yeah, make money. Actually, that one is come to my second point, right? My second point is actually make money, correct? So not only staying there happy, right? And in property must make you make money. Of course, if most of the people who stay there are happy, which means that it creates that demand for that property. And naturally, you will make money. So I feel that both of them actually come hand in hand. So just now back to our happy living. Yeah, thank you, Jia Ming. Is actually good environment. So having good environment, I think, is one very key point, okay, to have a happy living. So what is like good environment, right? Good environment, like very nice scenic, you know, very nice scenery, very serene, very peaceful, fresh air, okay, and good location as well. So what falls under good location? So good location, yes, we have near amenities, connectivity, and one very important factor for good location, schools. That's right. Wow, Jennifer, you're a pro. Okay, so happy living for me, 2 points. Good environment and good location, which will help you to make money. So when I'm talking about these 2 factors, right? Good environment, which we just now mentioned about tranquility, you know, greenery, fresh air, and we talk about good location, connectivity. Do you start to form some question mark, you know, in your head? Like, tranquility and greenery in good location seems like not that much, right? Because usually when you talk about tranquility and greenery, that it will actually relate to ulu, right? So if you don't know what ulu is, it means inconvenient. So a lot of times when you have the peace and quiet and green, generally they are away from the hustling and bustling area. So which means that it tends to be not so convenient or not so connected to the rest of Singapore. Okay, so I mean, share your views if you disagree with me. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, today we are going to use Lentor Hill Residences as a showcase, okay, to touch on these 2 points that we are going to talk about: happy living, you know, good environment, and good location. So first, let's understand a little bit about this product, Lentor Hills Residences. It's actually under the government land sale land parcel A. Some basic information about this plot of land. Okay, the land area, the site area is 184,393 square feet. Okay, so the land zoning actually is a residential use with minimum 500 square meter for early childhood development center use, which means that you will actually have a childcare center right below your doorstep. Okay, the maximum GFA will be 553,182 square feet. total 598 units, and developers are our Hong Leong Holdings, Guaco Land, TID, and land cost is 1060 PSF PPR. Okay, what kind of unit mix are you expecting in Lentor Hill? You have your 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 2 bedroom dual key, 3 bedroom, 3 bedroom dual key, and your 4 bedroom. So you see that they are quite evenly spread out in terms of their proportion. About 50% are your 1 and 2 bedders, and another 50% are your 3 and 4 bedroom. Interesting unit type here probably will be your dual key, right? You will see there are 2 bedroom dual key and 3 bedroom dual key. These are actually interesting unit type that you don't really get to see in a lot of development. So for investors out there, I think this is a good option for you to consider. Oops. Okay, so you start to wonder, right? Close to 600 units, like, is it your usual cookie cutter, you know, tall towers, high rise, few blocks facing one another? You will be happy to know, due to the master plan, okay, of this guidelines, you will actually get staggered height in terms of the building. Okay, so for this first row that is fronting Lentor Hills Road, is your low rise, which is only maximum 8 story that the developer can build. And in the middle plot, okay, fronting your left side of the future green finger, okay, its maximum is 16 story. And at the back, okay, which is overlooking your future Hillock Park, is 23 stories high. All right, so you can get to enjoy a more unique kind of a development. I would think high, different levels, more staggered. Okay, this is due to match the whole terrain of the land in the area. Okay, there will also be a covered linkway to Lentor MRT. So there will be a 2.4 meter wide covered linkway, okay, and a 2 meters wide cycling path. So you can see that I have circled here. From this side all the way is linked all the way to your MRT. This is also one of the regulations for the development there, okay, for your Lentor Hill, is you need to actually build double volume sky terraces in between the tower. And it must be located at 8 story or higher. Okay, so you can see this red box up, right? They are your double volume sky terrace, okay, where it actually helps to helps you to bring the green, exterior green inwards to your development, and your landscaping of your development seamlessly, to the nature outside. So that is the whole concept that you need to actually build for, you can expect for this development. Okay, if you are familiar with the location and you have dry paths, right, you will notice there is this very tall tree right in the middle of the land plot. Okay, it's actually called an Elstonia tree. So this is supposed to be conserved. Developers are not allowed to actually tear them down, and they need to design their building around this Elstonia tree. Okay, so you can see from my map, this is where the location is estimated location to be. Yeah. Okay, so and it's actually on the top of your Hillock Park. So that will be the middle of the whole land plot. Okay, so some track record of our Hong Leong past project. The most recent one probably will be the Avenue, Mainboard, like your Jovel, okay, your Penrose. So these are the most recent past projects that are done by Hong Leong. Your Guaco Land will be your Mayor Mansion, Warwick Residence, Midtown Modern, Midtown Bay, and many more. And TID, you have your One North Eden, okay, your Optima at Tanamera, St. Regis. Okay, so now let's dwell deep into Lentor Hill Estate itself. So where exactly is Lentor Hill Estate? Okay, this is actually a new neighborhood conveniently located near the upcoming Lentor MRT station. Is planned around an existing hillock. So it will feature new park seamless pedestrian and cycling connectivity between Teachers Estate and Lentor MRT station, as well as commercial amenities to serve the community. So this is where the Lentor Hill Estate is. Okay, this whole plot, the maroon one. Okay, now let's look at the first factor that we were talking about just now, the first point, which is good environment, right? So good environmental, let's look at the Lentor Hills Estate vision, the government's vision for this estate itself. So what kind of visions do they actually have? So they are supposed to have a pedestrian-friendly neighborhood, good connectivity to public transport, provide a mix of high-rise, medium-rise, and landed housing options, new amenities such as retail options and a supermarket, large greenery. Okay, lastly, this one I think is really important for us to visualize what kind of living environment it will be when Lentor Hill Residences is being built, has completed building, right? So proposed developments to be well integrated with the greenery of the future Hillock Park and the green fingers extending from the park. It shall be largely landscaped to enhance the overall sense of greenery in the area and include an attractive living environment that promotes an active lifestyle. So first we look at the boundary treatment, that how are they supposed to do up, the boundary in order to give you, to fulfill that vision. Okay, levels of the development within the 10 meters building setback shall match the levels of the green fingers seamlessly as far as possible. No external facing retaining walls allowed within the 10-meter building setback along the sides of the development fronting the future Hillock Park and green fingers. So this is view from Linear Park towards the Hillock Park. It's an artist's impression. And along Lentor Hills Road, no external facing retaining walls are allowed within the prevailing road buffer, and level differences shall be mitigated by landscape berms wherever possible. So these are some example of the desired landscaping outcome within the externalized green buffer along Lentor Hills Road. So you can see that it's really a lot of green and plants that creates the boundary. And boundary fence around sites of the development shall be visually porous so that the large landscaping within the green buffer and development is visible from the surrounding roads, green fingers, and Hillock Park. So even like you want to have some boundary fencing around development, right? Other than, the plants, the berms, you can use like glass facade or this kind of see-through railing. You are not supposed to actually have any retaining wall. And it has to be well integrated with the landscape design. Hence, solid walls are not allowed. Okay, so this is another perspective of the future Lentor Hill estate. Okay, so you can see that Lentor, these are another plot, okay, the future parcel. Lentor Hill Residences is here. Okay, and Lentor Garden is another plot. This is parcel B. Okay, so this is how the estate will be like. A lot of green around it with staggered heights of the building as well. So we are actually surrounded by a lot of green. Okay, you have your Thompson Nature Park around this area, and you have your Windsor Nature Park over here, over this side. You have Upper Seletar Reservoir Park in the middle. You have your Upper Pierce Reservoir Park as well. Oh, Upper Seletar is here. Upper Pierce will be here. And you have your Merritry Reservoir Park. So they are all, you can see that this is where Lentor Hills Estate is. And around us, just surrounding us is all your green, your lush. So currently you have almost 30 hectares of the whole lentor forest. Do you know how big is 30 hectares? Anybody know how big exactly is 30 hectares? It's about 123 football fields. That is huge, right? Okay, it's very big. But you know what? The government feels that not enough. I need to have more. So what they do is they're going to have this new nature park in the teachers' estate. Okay, 7.6 hectares. Okay, should be completed by next year. And they will actually have a nature play garden and a therapeutic garden. This park will actually link the catchment nature reserve to your lower Seletar reservoir. So this is an artist's impression of how it should look like when it's completed. So for the nature lover out there, this will be the perfect place for you. Okay, naturally, I don't have to explain too much. With the greens, with all so many trees and nature, I think cooling and airy is a given, isn't it? Let's just do a small test, like interesting test. Okay, I just did like to check, is it really much cooler in this estate? So let's see, where is Lentor Hill? Okay, Lentor Hill is roughly at this area. Okay, and if you look at the meter reading on the right, okay, we should be somewhere between 25 to 25.5. Okay, so not bad. So it shows that we are indeed one of the coolest region, okay, compared to the rest of the part of Singapore. Okay, but I think a lot of people will have concern, right? If the air can be cool, but do you have experience before, even though when you go to the first floor, you feel it's very cooling. But when you are indoor, when you go up to the building, there's no more wind. How come I don't feel cool anymore? This is got to do with the whole design of the building. And there is actually the airflow, the whole wind flow analysis is not being well considered when they build the building. Okay, so here you will be happy to know that they actually place great emphasis in ensuring that the buildings built in this estate has excellent cross ventilation. There is this wind flow analysis advisory note, right, by URA that developer has to consider in the design of their building. Okay, so you can see that all these are different plots, different buildings. So you see that there is such a hole in between, right? So all these are your wind channel. Okay, so they must allow the wind to be able to flow through, okay, from one end to the other in all different angles. Okay, so by having this, I'm confident that this estate, and next time when Lentor Hill Residences is up, right, I will be able to really maximize the cool environment by in this area. Okay, so this is where the plot of Lentor Hill Residences. Okay, so we have touched on the good environment. We have your tranquility, you have your green, you have like cool air, fresh air. So one box check. Now let's look at our point number 2. Location, right? Good location. So just now we have established what constitutes as a good location. Good connectivity and good schools. So let's look at what is considered good connectivity. Now let's have a poll. Who thinks that Holland area is considered having good connectivity? Just let's take Holland Village as a reference point. So who thinks that Holland Village has good connectivity? Can you type 1 in the chat? Yes, I'm happy that everybody type 1. Okay, you know what? My son told me, okay, my son who is 17 this year. So he told me that he doesn't like Holland Village. He said that it's so inaccessible. It's so not convenient. Because I asked him, we used to stay there for a short period of time. And so he doesn't like it at all. He feels that it's so inconvenient. But probably he still haven't stayed long enough to appreciate that location. Okay, so let's do some tests here. I do a check on Google Map. Okay, like from Holland, okay, to Raffles Place, how far does it take by car and by public transport? Okay, how fast? Okay, how fast would it take you to Raffles Place from Holland Village? Okay, so I did it like, check on at 8:30 a.m., which is like your peak period where people go, travel to work. Wow, Julie, you are very accurate. So by public transport, it takes about 30 minutes. Okay, from Holland Village MRT to Raffles Place MRT station. Okay, and let me see. And so by driving is 24 minutes. Okay, and to Ion Orchard. What about to Ion Orchard? Also same timing, 8:30. Is 29 minutes. It's about the same, okay, by public transport, but by car, it's much faster. It's only 16 minutes, okay, if you drive from Holland to Ion Orchard. Okay, so now let's do this test on Lentor. Okay, Lentor as well. And since we want to establish whether does Lentor has good connectivity. Okay, so let's recap. Just now we said that Holland to Raffles by driving is 24 minutes. And by public transport is 30 minutes, right? So what about from Lentor to Raffles Place? Also same timing, 8:30 a.m. Okay, so your public transport is 34 minutes and by driving is 30 minutes. Actually not that bad, right? So you drive is additional 6 minutes and public transport is additional 4 minutes. So that is actually very acceptable, don't you think so? Next, let's look at to Orchard now. From Lentor to Orchard. Okay, by driving from Holland to Ion is 16 minutes and public transport is 29 minutes. What about Lentor now? Also same timing, 8:30 a.m. in the morning. Wow, 23 minutes by public transport and 26 minutes by driving. So drive, well, it takes 10 minutes more. But surprisingly, your public transport is actually much, much faster compared to you take public transport from Holland. Isn't that like a new information? Like, are you surprised? Are you surprised by this result? Let me know if you are surprised. So, but this one is really all thanks to Thomson East Coast Line. Okay. Last time, it takes 45 minutes, okay, for Lentor area to reach your orchard. But because of this this Thomson East Coast Line, it has reduced tremendously to only 22 minutes. Isn't that amazing? I think the residents here really will swear by this line. They will really like, wow, it's their savior. So where does this Thomson East Coast Line brings you to? Okay, other than Orchard, right? So they brings you to Stevens, which is 12 minutes only. And if you have school-going kids in your Chinese girls' school, I think this will be very good for you. And you can go to Napier. You have your Singapore Botanic Gardens, Gleneagle Hospitals. They are actually at your Napier station. Orchard Boulevard, which is where your Tanglin Mall is, Camden Medical as well. And of course, your Orchard, Ion Orchard, Wheelock Place. It brings you to your Great World as well. Okay, and Havelock Road, Outram Park, 24 minutes to your SGH and your Chinatown area. Okay, Shenton Way, so go to your Shenton House, Asia Square, and Marina Bay is within half an hour. Okay, and Gardens by the Bay just slightly above 30 minutes. So other than the Thompson East Coast line, okay, in the long run, you will be able to enjoy denser network, okay, in this whole Ang Mo Kio planning area. Denser network will actually join up all your neighborhoods and facilitate intertown connectivity. Okay, so you can see that the red line is your cycling path and the green one is your park connector. So all these will actually link up, help you to facilitate your intertown connectivity. And going to city and across the island, right, will be supported. Other than your Thompson East Coast line, there will be a future cross island line introduced in this estate as well. Then that's not all. The next one that we're going to touch on will be your north-south corridor. Okay, north-south corridor will actually improve your connectivity even more. So what is north-south corridor about? It's actually Singapore's first integrated transport corridor featuring dedicated bus lane and cycling trunk routes. Commuter will benefit from faster bus journeys and express bus services. Cyclists will benefit from the dedicated cycling trunk routes into the city, and pedestrians will enjoy wide and shaded walking paths along the corridor. So you look at this whole perspective, right? You can see that it's being divided into two levels. So you have most of your vehicles at the lower level, and your upper level will be your commuters, you know, with a cyclist, a pedestrian, and dedicated bus lane. Let us take a short video to understand more about what this north-south corridor do.
Imagine a greener future in a city with fewer clouds, where walking, cycling, and riding public transport is the Singaporean way of life. Let's set the wheels in motion to our future. A future with smoother journeys made possible with the North-South Corridor, connecting towns in the north to the city center. The North-South Corridor allows city-bound traffic from the north to ease in the morning during peak hours. In the evenings, homebound traffic is reduced. The North-South Corridor runs parallel to the Central Expressway and will help ease heavy traffic on the CTE, as well as the nearby Thomson Road and Marymount Road. Look forward to a smoother commuting experience with the North-South Corridor. Oh, and do you know that the North-South Corridor was originally conceived only as an expressway? Motivated to build a walk-cycle-ride future, it's been redesigned into our first integrated transport corridor with dedicated bus lanes and cycling trunk routes, moving us a step closer to our Land Transport Master Plan 2040 vision. A cleaner and greener land transport system and a higher quality of life for generations to come. With the longest transit priority corridor, incorporating a mix of bus priority solutions, such as continuous bus lanes, buses will move faster along their routes, getting you to and from work more quickly. Strategically located ramps will enhance connectivity along the corridor, cutting bus travel times to and from the city by an average of 10 to 15 minutes. Take a leisurely stroll or cycle down the network of footpaths and cycling paths that are integrated along the North-South Corridor. Or simply coast down to the city center along the cycling trunk route that spans the entire corridor. Journeys can be a breeze. They can be smooth and connected for you and your loved ones. You belong to a future where getting to your destination also means enjoying the journey while staying connected to your community.
Okay, so what are the benefits of your North-South Corridor? Okay, there will be 16 entrances and 17 exits to connect your towns along the north-south corridor, which is the Woodlands, Sembawang, Yishun, Ang Mo Kio, Bishan, and Toa Payoh with the city center. And it also links to your existing expressway, including your SLE, PIE, and ECP. It helped to relieve the heavy traffic on the CTE by around 10 to 15%, especially during peak hours, which is presently the only route from the north to central Singapore. The continuous bus lanes along the north-south corridor will be able to reduce bus traveling time to the city by up to 30 minutes through morning and evening peak express bus services. There will be cycling path along the entire stretch of the highway. Okay, it will link up the park connector networks and dedicated cycling path network within HDB towns along the entire corridor to the city center as well. Okay, so this is the whole north-south corridor. Total length is 21.5 meter. Okay, so you can see that you have from your Sembawang area all the way Ang Mo Kio, Bishan, all the way to your downtown. So where exactly is Lentor Hills? It's somewhere in this spot. Okay. And how near are we to the entry ramp of the north-south corridor? So Lentor Hill will be somewhere here. So you just see that how we actually take this route all the way here. Okay, to Ang Mo Kio Street 61 is where the entry is. And it's only 3 minutes to the north-south corridor entry ramp. So can you see how after the completion of this north-south corridor, it will make your whole location even more, improve the connectivity by a lot. Okay, so just now we already talked about like your train and your driving. So pedestrian and cyclist connectivity is also excellent in this area. So just now I think we have a quick shot, right, on like the path that they're going to build, you know, all your cycling path and pedestrian path. Okay, so this is just a more detailed implication, the depiction, okay, of where is the path. So you see the pink one, they are supposed to be completed by this year. Okay, and you have your blue one. The blue ones should complete by 2026. Okay, so for the current one, which is this peach color, okay, this peach color is the current one. So when this whole thing is completed by 2026, right, you should be expecting about 25 kilometers, okay, of cycling path in this whole area. Okay, and of course you have your green one is your current park connector, and this will the green with white will be your future park connector. Okay, you can see how everything has been linked from one end to the other. Okay, so that's enough about connectivity. Okay, I believe we have already really covered a lot on how well connected we will be in years to come in this area. And now I think a lot of parents will be interested to know about schools in this area. So do we actually have any schools to consider? Which is the most popular primary school in Ang Mo Kio planning area in 2022? Anyone knows or not? Anybody know which is the most popular primary school here? Do we have any? Okay, so there are 7 primary schools in Ang Mo Kio. The rating of each primary school is based on the school's popularity in phase 2A of the 2022 primary 1 registration exercise. And it does not include primary school that are not admitting new students. Okay, so our most popular is your CHIJ, St. Nicholas Girls. And why is it most popular? Probably, I think one of the main reasons is it's affiliated, okay, to the secondary school as well. And our next one that we can consider, okay, is your Anderson Primary School. Okay, this source is actually by schoolbell.sg. Okay, now let's dive deep. Is Lentor Hill residences within 1 kilometer? I think this is a golden question. Everybody has been asking me this question. Okay, let's look into it. Okay, this is actually using one map. Okay, this is a government source, okay, one map to check whether are we within 1 kilometer. But usually one map uses, we need to have like a ready building there, already built to be able to check the distance. But because there is no building yet, it's just empty land. So there is no exact spot for us to determine exactly the 1 kilometer distance. So we can just use a rough estimation based on a 1 kilometer radius that's being plotted on this map. So let's look at our land parcel, which is over here. Okay, so somewhere this spot. All right, and if we were to look at where is CHIJ St. Nicholas, is at this blue spot. Okay, and if we were to draw a 1 kilometer radius from the school, you realize that it cut off. Okay, it's not fully encompass the land parcel. Probably about 70%, I would say. It covers about 70% of Lentor Hill residences. Okay, so looks like quite high chance you will actually have some of the blocks or majority of the blocks that's within 1 kilometer. Okay, but I think maybe not still so safe. I'm a bit kiasu. So I do a second check. Also a government source. URA space. Okay, so based on URA space, just now you see the 1 kilometer radius is plotted by myself. Okay, so now this 1 kilometer radius is they plot it. Okay, the system actually automated. So this is where CHIJ is. And where is Lentor Hill? Lentor Hill is at this spot. So you can see it's actually the same, right? Same as what I did just now. About 70%, it covers about 70% of the land plot. Okay, so for parents who are looking to enroll your kids, keep a close lookout for this development. You have a very good chance. Then now let's look at Anderson Primary School. Since St. Nick is a girls' school, right? If you have boys, this will be your option that you can consider. Okay, so Anderson Primary School, also same. Let's look at, this is Anderson Primary School, and this is Lentor Hills. Wow. Well within the 1 kilometer radius. I think Anderson Primary School has no problem at all. Okay, everything should be inside at 1 kilometer. Okay, so we have also reached our second point of good location. So we have established that we have a good environment, we have fresh air, we have greenery, peaceful serenity, we have good connectivity, whether is it by driving, whether it's by public transport, or whether is it cyclists or pedestrian, and we have good schools as well. Okay. So now another question that I would like to ask you is, okay, so what? Like, I'm very comfortable, you know, I'm so comfortable staying where I'm staying, you know, I'm staying in my public housing, HDB, fully paid or very little loan. Then I just stay here lah. Why do I need to upgrade? Why do I want to stress myself so much, you know, and get a bigger loan and move to another place, possibly a smaller space? Why should I do that? For myself, I feel there are 3 reasons that why I want to upgrade. I am an upgrader myself. My first home is actually a HDB. Okay, so but what's the reason that I choose to step out of my comfort zone? You know, is for a long-term goal that, you know, I want to achieve, mid to long term, I would say. So of course, the midterm is your quality of life. So you can really enjoy the quality of life, you know, by using, and enjoying the facilities. The environment is different, you know, you can actually just, you don't have to like, because time is very limited. now, when our pace of living is so fast. So we really, every minute counts, every second counts. So if I can bring all these quality of life, all these entertainment or facilities that as near to me as possible, it will really save me a lot of time. And I can just, after dinner, bring my kids down, just walk the garden, walk the lands, walk the facilities. On a weekend, if the weather is good, we can even sit on the grass patch. Now a lot of development actually have lawn space where we can just enjoy the green, enjoy the lawn, and read a book to your young kids. Even elderly, they can actually sing karaoke inside the karaoke room. You can go to the gym and swimming. So all these are really improving the quality of life and to give you chance to connect with your family members, okay, at a very easy reach. Okay, the next point I want to look at, what if, let's say, along the way, you need to have funds to do more things, right? You need to have funds. So like your kids' education, university, if your kids tell you, Ma, I want to go overseas and study, can or not? You need funds for your kids' education. What about for businesses? Businessmen, do you need funds for business expansion? And I think most importantly is emergency funds. Okay, so how by upgrading, can give me access to all these funds that I may need, okay, when I need it. I can realize gains without selling my property, which my public housing doesn't allow me to do so. Okay, no matter how much my property can appreciate, my HDB, no matter how much my HDB can appreciate, but without selling it, is as good as nothing. It's as good as zero. Okay, but this is very different if you are staying in a private property. And last but not least, I feel this is a very important long-term goal that all of us need to achieve, which is retirement planning. Okay, so later we'll touch a little bit more, just some figures to share a little bit how it can help with your retirement planning. So of course you ask me upgrade, okay, so when should I upgrade? The answer is definitely the sooner the better. Just a very simple illustration, why sooner the better. Let's take an assumption that you're going to have a $1 million loan at a 4% interest rate. And if you look at the mortgage tenure, okay, on the left, the first column, you have a 30 years, 28 years, 26 years. It's actually reducing every 2 years. And you look at your monthly installment required, it's actually increasing, okay? It's increasing every 2 years. And what about your estimated income required to get this $1 million loan? Is also increasing. So it just simply shows that the later you start, okay, the older you upgrade, the more monthly installment you have to pay, and the more income is required for you to take the same amount of loan, which means that your loan gets more difficult compared to when you were younger. So come to this very popular question as well. Should I hold my HDB? Should I just continue? Just now we were saying, right? Why don't I just continue? Excuse me. Why don't I just continue to hold, stay in my HDB? I'm just very comfortable. The space is good. I don't have to so stress up. The inflation, is already so high in Singapore, and I do not want to have more costs. But is private really better? So let us take a look at the private residential versus the HDB price growth. The comparison period we use is the past 10 years. Okay, so you look at this HDB, overall HDB prices. Actually, you can see that for the past, for a good 7 years, actually declining. It's only from your 2020 on, it's actually start to grow. Okay, and that is probably really due to all thanks to your COVID. that is holding on to all the construction and delaying all your like BTO for completion, everything. So it caused a very huge demand and lack of supply. So it really helped to push up the prices for your HDB in this period of time. And if you look at the past 10 years trend, is 1.69% per year. Annualized growth. And what about your private residential? Private residential from 2012 all the way to 2022, you can see there is an upward trend. Okay, upward trend, so it gives you annualized growth of 3.59% per year. Yeah, so okay, so we know that private grow better than HDB. So of course you want to hold something that have a better growth, right? Better potential in growth, right? So then what about affordability? Yeah, I mean, I know it's good, but can I really afford? Prices has already gone so high, right? And it's already for me to take like a HDB loan, my income is like barely there. So I don't think it's still possible for me to take more loan for a higher quantum. Is that true? Okay, but before we look into that, let's look at the household income growth, okay, whether did it exceed your property price growth. So you see the red line is your average household income. Okay, from 2010 to 2022, it actually has increased 47%. Okay, and your below blue line or black line is actually your PPI, your private residential price index. It actually increased 35%. So good news, household income is actually still outgrow your property price index. So don't worry, it's still within your reach, still within your affordability, all right? Okay, so this is the reason why whatever you feel that you already max out whatever you can take for a HDB loan, there's no way you can take a private property loan for a higher quantum anymore. This is what I'm going to share. You can actually borrow almost 2 times as much, okay, via a bank loan to purchase private property compared to a HDB loan. So, which means with the same income, you can purchase a higher value private property compared to HDB flat. Why is that so? Because your HDB have this thing called mortgage servicing ratio. It caps your property loan repayment to a maximum of 30% of your monthly income. Okay, that is how they use to calculate for HDB. But for private, they use TDSR, which is a total debt servicing ratio. So it caps your total loan repayments to a maximum of 55% of your monthly income. So let's look at this illustration. So assuming couple B is going to buy a HDB property, they have a combined income of 12,000 per month. So just now we mentioned HDB, they use a MSR 30% limit, okay? So which means that out of 12,000, only 3,006, okay, can be used to service your HDB. And the interest rate floor that they use to calculate this loan eligibility is 3%. Maximum mortgage tenure, okay, is 25 years. Okay, for you, if you want to buy HDB, the maximum that you can get is 25 years loan tenure. And maximum loan to value is 80%. So if you calculate, right, the maximum loan you can get based on this income is 759,155, which makes it your purchase price, okay, for the maximum purchase price is 948,943. Okay, so that is couple B, buying a HDB property. But let's look at couple A with the same income. Their 55% TDSR limit is 6,006 now instead of 3,006. Taking a higher interest floor rate of 4% to calculate, and maximum mortgage tenure is 30 years. Loan to value maximum is 75%, which equates to 1.382444. Your maximum affordability that you can purchase is 1.85 1.43. So you can see the difference now. 948,000 versus $1.84 million for the same income for the same age. So if that's so, why don't you enjoy a higher value private property when it has better upside potential, like what we have mentioned just now? So assuming if I sell my property in 10 years, okay, couple B hold HDB for 10 years and couple A hold the private property for 10 years based on the previous illustration, okay, of these numbers that we're going to use. I'm going to hold 10 years. What will be my position then? Okay, will I, how can this actually help me in terms of my retirement planning? So HDB, okay, just now we mentioned annualized growth is 1.69%. Hence, your estimated selling price should be around 1.12 million. And estimated outstanding loan by then is 568,000, which means that your sales proceed that you get back if you were to sell the HDB is 553,000 into your pocket. What about private? 1.84 million purchase price, annualized growth at 3.59%. Estimated selling price should be about 2.62 million. And your outstanding loan is 1.089 million by then, higher loan, but which also means that your sales proceed is also higher because of the higher selling price. So now you see that you have almost $1 million more proceed compared to when if you hold your HDB for 10 years. Okay, so $1 million more, can it be into, can it be part of your retirement planning? I'm sure, right? So how affordable? So just now we're talking about, now we already established that yes, actually it's still affordable because with the loan like that, I can still purchase up to this value. So but let's look at really can the HDB upgraders, as we take this Ang Mo Kio planning area as a context, since we are talking about Lentor Hill. So can they really afford to put their down payment? And they are now established my income can, my loan can, but what about down payment, right? So it depends on how much I can sell my HDB for me to upgrade. So we take some illustration, we take some statistics from this BTO in Teck Kee Parkview. It was launched in 2012. Okay, so the BTO prices then, right, for your Teck Kee Parkview is about 398,000 to 480,000. Past 1 year resale prices, okay, is about 765,000 to 940,000. So that's about 10 years, yeah, about 10 years, they actually managed to sell at this price. And estimated sales proceed, right, will be around 446,000 to 556,000. So if we take ratio, right, and see how much they buy versus how much they take back, okay, in terms of sales proceed, right, it's about 112%, 215% of the purchase of the BTO prices then. Okay, so this is a proceed that they should be expected to take back, okay, based on this illustration on your Teck Kee Parkview. Okay, and this is for 4-room. Okay, now let's look at the Teck Kee Parkview 5-room. What is the numbers like? So BTO prices about 500 to 600,000. Past 1 year resale price is about 900 to 1.1 million. Okay, so the estimated sales proceed is 90%, 206%, okay, of their price, BTO prices. One more case study from Cheng San Court BTO 2012 as well. 4-room flat, 435K to 516K. Past 1 year resale prices is 850,000 to 990,000. And it boils down to about 111% to 115%. So if we use this data to make an assumption of the next BTO that's going to happen, which is your Central Weave 2022, last year, okay, they launched this Central Weave. Their prices, right? 4-room is as high as 676,000 and 5-room as high as 877K. So assuming, so just now we see, I have like 91% all the way to 115% or so. We just take 100%, okay? Assuming sale proceed equals to 100% of BTO prices. Hence, which means that when they sell their BTO, okay, when it's MOP, this one should complete in 2028, okay, and MOP another 5 years, so 2033, okay, that's when they will actually sell. They should be able to receive their sale proceed of 676,000, okay, which can down pay for a 2.3 million property. And for a sale proceed of 877K, can down pay for a 3.02 million property now at this juncture. Okay, so this is just a very simple illustration to help you to understand the numbers better. But if you were to say, okay lah, that's BTO prices grow more, but what about your resale prices? Those older flats can also fetch this kind of price or not? Not too bad, I would say. Okay, so look at the Singapore median HDB resale prices for Ang Mo Kio. Okay, we just look at the 4-room and the 5-room. So your 4-room is 550,000, your 5-room is 818,000. So the 5-room is 818,000. Still not too bad, right? It's still quite close to whatever we have seen just now. So we come to that, right? We can conclude that Lentor Hill Residences actually has the conducive environment and excellent location that's still very affordable for the upgraders. So how can you be prepared for the launch, right? Our target preview date is somewhere, probably we're looking at late April or early May. And if you are one of the upgraders and you do not want to pay ABSZ upfront, okay, you want to sell first, how will your timeline be like? So you do not have to pay ABSZ when it's launched, okay, when you purchase a Lentor Hill Residences. So look at the timeline here will be, you give a 5% cash, okay, during the booking day, that's the option fee. Okay, and within 2 weeks, you should receive a sales and purchase agreement from the developer. And within 3 weeks, you have to exercise your sales and purchase agreement. And after you exercise, within 2 weeks, you have to pay your stamp duty. Okay, so stamp duty, and within 8 weeks, that's where you need to complete your 15% payment. All right. The crucial timeline will be between that means the first 5 weeks, I would say. That's your crucial timeline. The property you are selling needs to be exercised by your buyer before you can exercise your purchase. So this is for you to think through. You still have about like 1 month, to ponder about it and act on it, right? Okay, I come to the end of my presentation for today. I hope you have a lot of takeaway. And now we will open up to a Q&A.
Hi, Joel. Thank you for the informative session. So we do have a question from the ground. So for investment purpose, is it one should just buy a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom? If you can answer that.
Okay. Yes, actually a lot of investors, they have this mindset that it's just for investment. I shouldn't buy so big, right? And they also have a lot of concern that if I buy too big, it's hard for me to rent out because big units are meant for own stay. It's not so much for rental. That is a very, very interesting phenomenon that I hear from a lot of my clients. But you'll be happy to know that, right? Actually, in Lentor Estate, if you look at the statistics in Lentor Estate, they have a high percentage of residents here is actually really for own stay. About 86%, okay, about 86% of the resident in the Ang Mo Kio planning area is actually owner occupied. All right, so which means that most of the people who buy this area, they are looking for own stay. So isn't that a good news for you if you are buying a big unit for investment? Because that will be your target audience. When it comes to TOP, you are going to sell to this group of people, okay, who cannot wait, who timeline is short, maybe because of school, maybe because of logistic issue, they are not able to buy the brand new one and wait for 3 to 4 years. So they do not mind to pay a premium, so that they can enjoy the convenience of time. So that is where this is a group of people that you're targeting. So in fact, I would say big units is a very good consideration if this is your price objective is there, it's like you can actually purchase a 3 or 4 bedroom. That would be actually a very good consideration. And also, you'll be happy to know in this area, you don't really have a lot of supply of big units. So think about it. It's a very good proposal to look into big units for investment as well.
Once again, big thank you to Joel for the informative session. This brings us to the end of ERA New Launch Showcase this weekend. We hope that you enjoyed our sessions, the insights of our leaders who have shared and learned, and hope you have learned more about the developments that you're interested in. Before we conduct our lucky draw, let's flash the QR code one more time so that you can scan if you have missed out the chance earlier on, so that you could actually win a $500 staycation voucher, and we'll be drawing a winner for a stay at the Fairmont Hotel. So do take some time to actually scan using a phone, and yeah. So if you enjoyed our New Launch Showcase this weekend, we would like to invite you to join our Chinese New Launch Showcase happening between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. next weekend on the 1st and 2nd of April. Before we conduct our lucky draw to find out who is the lucky winner for the $500 staycation voucher today is, let's flash the QR code so you can scan for the Chinese New Launch Showcase happening next weekend. Okay. Yeah, we look forward to seeing you at our showcase next weekend, and let's find out who's the lucky winner. We have Lim Hui Hong, Janice. Congratulations, Janice. We'll be in touch with you in the coming week to tell you how we can claim the prize. And thank you all the leaders who make time to share the exclusive insight and tips with us this afternoon. And thank you, Ms. Doris Ong, our Deputy CEO for APAC Realty and ERA Singapore. And most importantly, thank you to each and every one of you who have tuned in this afternoon. We hope that you enjoy yourself and wish you the very best in getting your property and investment journey. My name is Alison. On behalf of ERA family, have a wonderful Sunday. Take care and goodbye.
Today is a highly symbolic event.